pick the Pickelonia.
What's up, guys? Yes, do the thing, like the stream. It is nice. Demonetized before market open. This is the way. Good morning, guys. So, yeah. Nothing exciting this morning. Did the SPY recover at all? No. We may see a little bump in tech after market open. Just because we're not really affected by all the supply chain issues. But it doesn't look fantastic. Cat coming down a little bit, but still nestled at that 110 support. I think open might stop me out. Or maybe I got stopped out last night. Give me a second. I think stances with hand. Yeah, I know. CPI 7.9%. Huh. How the fuck is that possible? Okay. Well, could be worse. I know you're not a bot, Victor. It's pushing up against that higher resistance. Here, 161, 162. I don't think it's going to break that. It'll depend largely on what the market does at open, but while this overall looks bullish, I think it's going to fail again before it bounces. I watched that resistance, though. Don't worry, I sent you a DM. Good entry for BBBY between 18 and 22, probably. Or, well, historically. MOASS as an homage. It seems like a lot of hopium, monolipsa. What do you think Jimmy will do today? I don't think a lot's gonna happen. There's some interesting... There's kind of like an interesting setup with Max Pain and Gamma Max because they're very tight right now. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna push up hard enough for that. Ding ding. Could you explain Volmageddon really quick? Sure. Those short volatility get squeezed out of the market, which then makes volatility go up even more. Or are you talking about like the event in 2018 specifically? Yeah, I'm probably gonna roll April's by the end of today. Absolutely. So yeah, it's actually the inordinate amount of volatility that is traded that makes like something like Volmageddon possible, right? You have these ETFs that are hedging with VIX. You know, you have massive interest in VIX futures and like huge portions of the market tracking that. But a squeeze on the VIX, I mean, sort of, would normally cause like variance swap positions to blow up. The issue is that the rule change to OCC 001 back on the 24th means that it's very unlikely they would get margin called for it. It's Volmageddon. It's the rate at which Vega, so Voma, VOMMA, is the rate at which an option will move or react to like overall market volatility. So like gamma for Vega is a good way to think of it. You guys are so immature. I don't know why I click on these or why they're so delightful. Popcorn Trader, these really never get old. Well, remember, being long stocks is in effect being the same as being short Volatility. Cat closed its PM gap down already. Oh, good, because I forgot to set my position. I was eating a sandwich. Fantastic. Huzzah. Free money. RC Ventures hires Carl Icahns' former proxy solicitor, Arkins Kovler, seemingly for potential fight with BBBY. This is amazing. What did I fucking tell you guys? I wonder if RC is hiring. What does it mean? What's his plan? I'll cover that in a DD. What did you tell us? That RC's doing the same shit that Carl Icahns done forever? Is day trading full-time stressful? Only if losing money it makes you upset. Who's Carl Icahn? A well-known activist investor slash possible corporate raider. I didn't see your Ko-Fi. Is vulva Ivanka squeeze what our former president was talking about when he said his grab his wife by the... No. Does high inflation help MOASS in any way? No, really. The Fed rate going up could. What do you think GME will end at today? Somewhere between here and like 106. Hope you're well, mate. Coffee boost as always. Bithead, thank you so much. Much appreciated, man. Is today even Friday? Jesus. Today's the last day for futures rollovers. Cat running up almost 2%. I know, it's amazing. It's the best stock ever. this year. Guybrush on a raft. Take a look at a wild ride that is ensive for day trades. No options though. Not like that. That means no price stability. What's your thoughts for today, considering it's the futures rollover date? Nothing really. It's like there's some FTDs. We'll see how the market continues to react to the CPI data that it should mostly have priced in. Got assigned on my first covered call. I feel like a degenerate now. How? How do you get assigned on a covered call? CBC reported that we saw hedge funds taking down risk and a liquidation occurred yesterday. Do you think this is forced or like a margin call? I mean, there's margin calls all over the place because of oil squeezing and shit. That's on a coin gap down. It's possible. If it hasn't already. RC equals Icon equals good for us? Historically, yes. How do you think the RC versus BBBY battle will go? Possible outcomes, pros and cons? I'll cover that later. Even DFV said he's not a cat. He was trying to tell us to buy cat. That's all. I downloaded Chicken on a Raft and played it for my kids. Yes, your grandkids? I don't have those. And now it's been playing nonstop around our house. The frags don't fall far from the pickle. Interesting. You wrote a strike that was in the money. Well done. AMD done. I was thinking like GameStop's done nothing but go down this week. How the fuck did you get assigned? We're expecting price improvement on XRT for the rebalance. Should, yeah. Should clear out the short interest. I should sell these contracts while they're worth something. Maybe not. Yeah, I should. Win volume? It doesn't look like that's happening today. You ever use Ichimoku Cloud? You can. It's just like a moving average display. It's really nothing special. It has some slightly better predictive properties because it slows one moving average, but it still has a pretty high failure rate if you're just solely using that as your leading indicator. A rolling April calls and shifting to leaps. Not yet. I'll be shifting to June's. Then I'll hold June's through March 23rd. And then after that, I'll switch to leaps if nothing happens. So the end of today, I'm going to roll April's to June. Just get out ahead of it and preserve the value. So I'm going to roll April to June. And then I'm going to roll my strikes from like 180. And my low strike, I think right now is 110s that I bought yesterday. And then I'm going to roll that down to like 150 to 110. And then if nothing happens by March 23rd, then I'm going to roll this to like 110, 130 Januaries. Nope, no epic pen. Sorry. I got it. You're familiar with Jonathan Duskin, head of Salem Advisors. He has a long track record of burning retail businesses to the ground. He's heavily involved with BBY right now. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of funds that do that. Pirates. How much do you lose every time you roll? Well, I'll be rolling fairly early this time, so about 14%. My last roll, 20. What's the difference between a leap and a call? Nothing. A leap is just a contract on a specific date. It has nothing to do with whether it's a call or a put. So GME leaps are in June and January. They're usually the farthest dated contract to open during a given period. Anytime FS says at the end of today, I'm going to. I take it as yesterday I did this. I haven't rolled them yet. 3 months of rolling must be adding up by now. I mean, I make it back other places. The potential catalyst before the 23rd again. We have the XRT rebalance on the 18th. We have futures expiration on the 18th. We have GME quarterly options contracts on the 18th. We have FTDs and GME earnings on the 17th. All of those carrying, of course, to T+2. So into the following week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of the following week. The rebalance, I believe, actually has T+3. So it could carry out as far as Thursday the following week. Which I think puts us at March 24th as like the deadline for price action to have occurred. 14 to 20% loss in a roll sounds better than diamond handing contracts. Yeah, I also like sell off my in the money ones on the bounce. So like I bought hundreds yesterday and sold them on the bounce and the test of delta neutral at like 104. And that mostly that'll offset the cost. Like those super close to the money contracts, if you just capture profits on them when it bounces, it'll usually offset the cost of your further out of the money contracts that just bleed. What are you're talking about unripe zero DTs? Yes. I think I'll get some Jan 950s, but first I want to hear what you think of these far out of the money. I mean, those are an IV play. I mean, unlikely that the price will get that high, right? Not that it can't happen. It's just the odds are slim. So, you really need a test of like 250, 300, 350 to see those move. And you need a big jump in volatility. If that happens, though, they'll become very valuable. Cap breaking 214. Yeah. XRT dividends on what date? I believe their ex dividend date is the 17th. That tinfoil. Hey, do you feel earnings being moved the day before quad witching is just a coincidence or a coincidence? I can't help but feel that day can't just be to do with his father. Yeah, I mean, it's very well positioned with futures contracts closing the following day. A large run on GameStop previous to that would really, really put the pinch on ETFs closing out those forward contracts, and on the counterparty buying into GameStop, as GameStop could be at a much higher price, right? And also think about how strong earnings FOMO is right now as well. Any company beating on earnings right now is seeing like 20-30% increase in pre-market. AMD done climbing? Probably. It's dipping with the SPY right now. Dipping a little more than the SPY right now. So rejected? Um, Probably come back down to like the 104 range. Yesterday was definitely the day to close those 105s if you were in them. But we talked about this last night because of the CPI data. Or not last night, but just yesterday. How is TickerZim able to issue a $17 quarterly dividend on a $75 stock? The company is less than a year old. Looks too good to be true. What am I missing? This is a special dividend? I mean, the dividend has nothing to do with the price of the stock, right? It's just cash on hand being issued to shareholders. Sounds like a pretty good timing for earnings call. If Jamie were going to bring some news to the table, yeah, it is. What kind of strikes do you think DFV bought throughout this run? I don't know. What is Wish in XRT? Aren't they just an online junk store? Yeah, but they're an online retailer. Steel making moves again. Ooh, actually like that. It's either going to get rejected here or it's going to break out. Oh shit, did I buy 0 DTs? Whoops. Talked a bit about cat, but do you play quarterlies or leaps? I usually buy 90 DTE. And then as it climbs, I'll buy more. So I'll buy like 90s to start at the dip, and then I'll buy 45s as it gets higher and higher and like confirms more breakouts. Ew. Is Myrna dead? Is Tesla dead? Am I dead? Are the dead even dead? A lot of cat OI at 215 with 2.5 premium. Does this mean to watch for resistance at 217.50 as people take profits? Next big OI is 220 for next week. I mean, price targets are pretty high right now for cat. I think most analysts aiming at like 230 to 240, some even higher. I think it's possible that, this might be the break of cat's downtrend, but, only because it's started to trade into that higher channel. And it could consolidate in that higher channel for quite some time. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure GameStop's just completely flat still. Thoughts about Burry tweet? I thought Burry deleted his Twitter. All we know is CS volume, and we good. That's not today. Did you buy 0 GTs on Thursday? They're not. They're one. I meant to buy them for next week, but they're for this week. They're one DT. Just collected profit for my first options play with Cat. Can't thank you enough. No problem, man. Happy to hear it. Just collected. Can you have an extra apostrophe in the stream title? It doesn't belong there. In general, you keep using the wrong it's every time. Yeah, I understand that, Saituba, but that's because my phone will autocorrect IT apostrophe S to ITS because it's dumb. But I'm going to leave it there because it clearly bothers you a lot. Burry deletes his Twitter every other day. It's true. It's every day. I just asked SS. What a credible and reliable source for information. I mean, you can buy every day. But their monthly buy-in program is like on the 15th and 30th, I think, or the 15th and 1st. Is it interesting to you that BBBY is down 4% on news? RC hired that Icon dude. No? It's so strange that Supersonic went from correctly identifying the bust out method used by Amazon and the funds that back it to destroy competition to acting like a leveraged buyout is itself a crime. Time to bail on wheat? No, wheat's locked up because of the limit ups. There's no shares of this left, right? So it's slumping, but the futures contracts it tracks are limit up halted. Yeah, they were yesterday. I think they should still be. Is this piece of shit gonna break out or what? Can I get your opinion on HTOO in a second? You remind me. Hmm. You're looking at a steel. CLF has been running pretty well the past week. I'm not really. I was just playing this breakout, which looks like it's probably not going to happen. Is that a... Netflix is in gamma ramp? Might be. Didn't we buy some calls over there the other day? It's moving. Ooh. What's my risk here? Pop. Jimmy being shorted hard right now. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, they did a short. I mean, not particularly hard, but $3, $2. Ooh. All right. Buy a weekly on GME. I might. You know, I'll wait. Netflix, wait on it crossing 365, 367. Earnings call April 17th is hopefully going to restore confidence in them and send them springing back up. Well, I mean, this already looks good. It's pushing up through that 362 resistance. Then we have 368 above it. So I would say that crossing 362.34 is key right now. Yeah, but the earnings call could restore confidence, especially if numbers are up because they raised prices again. Historically, that has led to big improvements in Netflix's price. Even on the short term, though, it doesn't look bad. I have. So where did I buy those contracts? Hmm. That's annoying. I have April 14. Although 360 and 365, but I guess I'm gonna. Well, I might catch some of the pre-earnings like IV bump. If I don't know, they'd have to be on the money for me to hold them that long. Jimmy, are down almost $5? Yeah, I know. We're stabilizing a little bit here. So is Jimmy just dead or what? Last decent price was in November. I don't think so, but it's definitely stagnating a lot. I would not say that it is dead by any means. There's still a fucking stack of like 30 million FTDs due, a lot of which are on GameStop. They borrow shares on GME today, probably, but there weren't very many available this morning. Swinging until then. It's probably not a bad idea. Trash. Oh. Fuck. I do some hundreds for tomorrow on this dip. I just grabbed some 101s right now. I mean, if nothing else, I think we'll return to like towards delta neutral. So like 102.50, 103. Oh yeah, TA opinion on HTOO, fusion fuel. What do these guys do? PLC development technology, green hydrogen sector. Based out of where? Dublin, Ireland. Are you already in it? It's right at its resistance, so a lot of downside potential. But if it can push through, I would be looking at like 1062 as the next target, up through 1150. So that 1060 to 1150 range is likely where the next resistance is going to be met. It looks good, but not a lot of volume. It could take some time. I don't know if it has. It has options. Not a lot of interest in those options, though. I mean, it's not something I would play, but you could close those CCs. Why? Yeah, anytime oranges, smoranges. Premiums on CSPs are great on BBY right now. Good job, Orange. They're really not bad. You can probably sell one. Nothing's dead. I think I've seen the chart from Gurn in 1998, actually. But yeah, send it to me anyway. Might not have. I might have seen a different one. XRT shares short keeps going up. When regulators say enough is enough. It's not that the short shares are going up. It's the short percentage going up. And that's because its short interest fluctuates based on how many shares are in its float. Is the economy dead? I mean, probably not yet. Support. Check out AEO. Ooh, interesting. So it's in the same. Is this an XRT also? Pretty hard for its leaps. I demand the results of the Riku competition. There's not enough entries. There's like 3 entries. It's insufficient. I need more. Hmm. I'm itching to get back into cat. Tell me I'm chasing. I don't jump in. It's not necessarily a chase right now, but I wouldn't buy too far out of the money. I need to look at this on the. It's not the chart. keep going? Cat's just having like a little bit of problems with this like 213 resistance, which isn't historically very strong, but it's there. We'll see. It'll either consolidate and keep pushing up, or if it fails, then you know the risk is like 210. I guess be like the failure point. So you're selling your 318 3150s today. 3150 318 on what? You guys never told me the US stock market was so legit. Buying the top of the chain for Cat. I'll see you in Valhalla. Oh, Jesus. I think UAE went into agreement yesterday. So that's why oil's not gonna be very interesting for a little while. X. Oh, I got rid of those already. About 318. Super concerned. I guess. GM. This doesn't look good. You can watch this. What stocks are in the meme basket right now? BBBY, M, DDS, JNW, AEO, GME, JWN, JNW. I think it's JWN. Else. Why ouchie downs today? Probably because I don't know. Just shorting. Because Ryan Cohen's going after hedge funds. What was the logic in waiting for today to roll out to June? Because futures rollover ends today. Sears and Blockbuster. Any cheap basket stocks you think appeal to RC? Maybe Express, Trash Dan, EXPR, Dick's, Sporting Goods. Is a realistic outcome for you is holding Jimmy as a long-term play? I mean, I hope not. Are you bullish for March 17th at all? But I will. Like, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm bullish for March 17th. Why wouldn't I be? Loaded up on 60s music yesterday. Oh, Jesus. Like, no one listens. Cost has no options chain. Can OPEC's cash settle obligations be put into a swap? What? No. The ETF has to maintain the structure of its asset pool, dude. Ouchie down downs forever until it's not profitable to short. The shorts are getting greedy again, I think. Feeling confident. I don't know about that. The shorts are literally running out of ammo. How safe do you think Gen 23 100 CR? I mean, pretty safe. Are you going to take profits on them or just watch them go up and down for a year? What are your expectations for next week? Do you think a run up is still possible considering how the market is going? Next week should be pretty interesting, I think. I see their motivation to keep it flat this week. It's pretty apparent that they're not going to roll right at this point. Otherwise, we would have already seen price action from that. Futures roll is over today. Does that mean we could see price action later, or is none looking likely? I don't think we're going to see any price action from the futures rollover. Today is not a very consequential FTD day. It's Jan 24 and Feb 2nd. Yeah. So yesterday was better because yesterday was FTDs from Jan 21 and Feb 1st. So there was a bit more on those. The next important ones will be next Tuesday, which is the Jan 26th ETF FTDs. And then whatever day the Feb 8th FTDs fall on for market makers, that could be a big day too. What's the last date they failed to roll? December? CPI is a decent amount. I mean, we're seeing that play out with a very, very red day across the market. The only things up today are Cat and Amazon. X. Actually, U.S. Steel's up, but not much. Rig is holding 5, which is interesting. Leaps on Express, or do you have a smaller window in mind? I'll probably just buy Leaps for now. Until I might buy some April, or maybe not April. I might look into May. Yeah, I put them. Am I looking to like August? Possibly like 30 or maybe 25 for August. But probably mostly Leaps for now. How do we win? I mean, we hope things turn favorably for us. I mean, RC just placed a massive buy-in into BBBY. It's likely to kick off a series of FTDs, but it's going to take time for that to play out. Patience. It's going to be boring and flat and down for a little while. Next week could be interesting, but after that, not a lot. We'll be looking for BBBY to make some of the same moves that GameStop did last year, pushing towards that reg show threshold list. Other than Leaps, are you looking into buying more stock of BBBY? Yeah. If it gets low enough. Right now I'm just selling CSPs on it. I have them at 20 and 15 and 18. Other than Leaps, are you looking into buying more stock of BBBY? Yes, I already said that. Do you like Rig 5C January 23? Not particularly. I mean, I don't really know how I feel about Rig. I'm not sure they're the best oil investment, but will it go above $5 by Jan 23? Probably. Did you get caught up? No, my homework isn't actually due till tomorrow night, but I got a little bit of it done yesterday. Ryan Cohen hires Icon proxy solicitor. Yeah, I know. Cost stalled trading after a jump to 750, then down to 730 in 3 minutes. Yeah, it's because it has no options chain, so it's super volatile. Should we be getting more focused on pressure for a possible June run now? I don't see any potential for a June run right now. SPY's not even having that bad of a day. CPI. Oh, I need to check something. 1 second. Also, I need to update Reddit and let them know that the prices super cheap again. Sorry, one sec, guys. What classes am I taking? I have investments in derivatives, empirical methods in finance, asset pricing applications with stochastic calculus. That's it. You're not specifying how many people needed to post their recus. Does not sound like a valid reason to postpone. Who the victor should be. Also, why are Carl and I going to be the first mod drama on Pickle Financial? Well, because you want to be a mod, and Carl is one. Also, you guys and your lovers' quarrels. You know how it goes. Did you shake your head in disgust at my question? No. What? What? Why would I? That's ridiculous. When Elden Ring stream? Limited evidence of a short position on BBY, even a fraction of GME shorts. I think the current SI on BBY is like 60%. 60% of a larger float, too. Remember, GameStop's float last year was 8 million shares less. So shares sold short, it's quite a bit on BBBY. I mean, we're obviously looking for similarities in the compounding of FTDs on BBBY, and we'll be looking into those as we get reports, as the reports come in. And if we see those pile ups of those FTDs, then it's very compelling for similar price action to occur. It doesn't have the same FOMO, which is an issue, but it has some. The options chain's gotten fairly stacked. Can you explain when you said there couldn't be more than 0.007% above the float? Is that different than the 140% short? I believe I was using an example in the thing that you're referencing. But yeah, essentially over the period of an entire quarter, SI can exceed the float, right? Or well, not even a quarter, but like over T plus 9 plus 35C, which is like the maximum amount of extension time, right? The SI can exceed the float, but as soon as those become due again, the SI is going to go down, right? Because this is going to start to be cleared when it FTDs through CNS. So, and also, if derivatives are marked short during this period, it can be market maker SI as well. That's being reported as short interest. But I said that shares cannot exist in excess of the float. For a period of time greater than that. SI can exist because they sell it off and package it into derivatives where it's, it's short, but it doesn't really exist in the same market anymore. Fair. He's such a sexy man. It's hard for me not to vie for his attention. Just like how I try to vie for your love. You never reciprocated it except at the most opportune moments that have made Zakir's wife jealous. So thank you for that. I have good timing. I don't know what to say, Darth. You keep asking me the same question, Stefan, different ways, and I've already answered it like 10 fucking times. So I'm just gonna ignore you from now on. Unless you have a different question. I was in meetings all morning. Did I miss a good time to sell my cat calls, or are we expecting another up? Oh, I think it can keep moving up. I think it's in a good spot. It's going through a little bit of consolidation, but I think it bounced a tiny bit. Just moving into the midday. A little slow, kind of boring. Ooh, stop doing back up. Should I buy one more? You think next week will have an interesting price action, or the week after? I think next week could be kind of interesting depending on how earnings plays out. But I think most of the exposure from all of that stuff won't be due next week, right? It'll be due the following week. What do you think about PayPal? Everyone thinks it's a great dip buy. I don't. I just don't see it moving right now. Not significantly. Ketchup or mustard? Why do I have to choose? Good for different things. I don't really like ketchup that much. You check BMBL. I'm thinking filling gap down daily. God, you such. What gap down? This? It just gapped up. It doesn't need to fill this. You do know gap fills are not a requirement, right? Also, this gap doesn't exist on the 4-hour. It's already filled. It's just because daily doesn't show you after hours price action. This looks bullish. Look, same stock. Why am I even watching both of these simultaneously? I could just put like something good down here. Just cat. What's it? What's Netflix doing? Netflix slipped. It's a shit. Because they've borrowed up all the shares, Stefan. You son of a bitch. And they haven't covered OPEX obligations. They cannot just compound the ETF infinitely without ever replenishing the asset pool. I've covered this with you in your fucking 40 different ways of asking me this same thing like 90 times. And I know you're not stupid. So why do you keep asking in different ways? What's the purpose? Like it's the worst method for poking holes in an argument I've ever seen. And I can't tell if you're just panicking because you think that the potential for MOASS is off the table or if it's something else. He's not even a shill. It's not like that at all. Kirk's frustration makes the stock go up. Yeah, if I die of an aneurysm, fucking then we'll MOASS. Wheat under 10. Really? Like way under? I don't know what in the fuck is going on with this. Just gonna keep holding it. No reason to sell. It's not really under 10. It's just like 2 cents under 10. It's still on the resistance. Ooh. Cat's making moves. What's reassurance? I have a buddy with very similar tendencies. Stefan, sorry for talking about you like you're not in the room. It's out of love. Send me your broker logins in case you die so I can make sure your baby is taken care of. Are you sure it's mine? Of all the strangers I've met on the internet, Jay Fresh, you're the one who I would send my brokers my broker logins to if in the event of my death. Just tuning in. Cat look good for a solid bounce. Looks fine. Yeah. Did I YOLO right? At the bottom of that first dump, I sold two 4-1 $80 put contracts at 328 each and bought two 4-1 150 call contracts at 202 each. Thoughts? Weird date. Why did you pick such a weird date? Why do people do that? Do that? It's silly and weird. It's literally the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. That's concerning. Okay, please give me your account names and passwords. No. I am a fraud. Sorry, Mikey. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. But did you not think I would see that? You retracted it. T plus could push price movements past 325. No? No. It's, I mean, the longest one in that sequence of events is T plus 3. Go back to GME, you shill. GME is on the screen, but GME is really not making me any money today, except for burning out whoever bought these CCs. Am I in the top 10 people who you would least want to give your account usernames and passwords to? Yeah. Thank you. 10-month membership. Hype. Gonna need to make that 1-year chat icon real soon. Jesus Christ, it's been so long. I don't even know what to make it. I'll have to think about it. It's gotta be epic. Are we at OPEX T plus 69 yet? No. Enter a small position on ANF yesterday around 27. What do you think of stop loss 25.5 and a price target of 36? ANF. Not a bad entry. I think your price target's a little fucking high. I would say like a price target of 32 and a stop at, I mean, your risk is also really wide. I'd say your risk is like 27. If it depends when you entered yesterday, but probably 27. Put the pickle in my jar. Make a 1-year picture of my naked body from your B-day. Huh. The total shorts between IBKR and Fidelity is down to around 120K. When a week ago it was 500K. Is this a countdown? I mean, it kind of just shows that they're using the shorts. It doesn't really tell us much else. It also doesn't, show us all of the shorts available. I think what's been most interesting is that we've been seeing like in the same time frame borrows from IBKR and then immediately seeing Fidelity go up the same amount. So like when they're borrowing at this rate and closing out ones that are open at 1.75%, which is not something we've really seen them do a lot in the past. I mean, it's like an arbitrage strategy, right? But a desperate one. Go ahead and tell me my April calls will print 150. I'm gonna throw some leaps into BBY like RC, like the stream. Thanks, Gherkin sister. It seems like 17 to 23 presents the greatest risk to the position we've seen since Jan 21. Seems like convergence of elements presents catastrophic risk. Thoughts? Hope so. BBBY definitely adds some interest to that. We'll see how it plays out, but I'm very curious to see what the FTDs start to look like once we get past the 15. Excuse me. Thoughts on Docu. I entered a call position expecting a good earnings call. Well, briefly good. Could be some shorts getting out. How was the earnings call? I didn't get a chance to listen to it. It was this morning, right? Or is it tomorrow morning? Hold on. I've forgotten my entire strategy with this. Is it IV crush? Oh, IV did not. Or is it aftermarket today? Docu's after close today. I'm probably not going to enter anything on this until tomorrow morning because the IV is just fucking astronomical. You'd be better off buying 100 shares and selling a CC for a free $800. Yeah, so I'm gonna, if I buy into this, I'm gonna buy into it tomorrow. What happened there? Oh, this is a good price point for buying GME, not options, just the stock. Yeah, it's a very good price point for buying the stock. They're oscillating, I think, between the two brokers. Maybe arbitrage in one direction, but not the other. Perhaps it's washing FTDs. I mean, it can help with CNS, but like it's such a small number of shares that they're doing it with, right? Like 400,000 the other day. It just doesn't seem really significant. Inflation numbers out, yeah, came in at like 7.9. I just put my life savings into wheat 318.25Cs. Think it will print? No. Can I suggest a contest? Hear me out. A contest for the poors. Come up with a similar to Squid Games, and the winner gets a month's subscription. When it runs out, another contest. Thoughts? But what's the contest? How do we determine the winner? If they've defaulted on OPEX, how many extensions do they get? It's like up to 70 days. 70 business days. Any thoughts on that Amazon buyback split? Yeah, it's great. I'm gonna buy 15 shares of Amazon. Yeah. Maybe 25 shares of Amazon. Remember when I said DocuSign can be replaced with pen and paper? Yeah. Except it can't be. It's undervalued, popcorn trader. Get with the times, boomer. I'm really grateful for what you're doing. Thank you. I know it's not easy, but you were appreciated. Would you mind sharing what you personally think is the best short-term play today? Ideally, a short-term call that I can look into further and do my own research on. I have no idea, man. I like this cat consolidation for an entry. I might buy another contract if it dips a little bit lower. But to be fair, my cat position is supported by a lot of in the money contracts, so my bullishness may be a bit. Oh, that may be a bit exuberant. Cat didn't like VWAP. No, it's okay. We had a little similar dip yesterday. This is the third failed test here though, which I'm not a huge fan of. But we'll see. I'll give it to like the risk here. You know, if it doesn't bounce back up, I'll get out of those like 215s I picked up. And then my stop limit's still down here for the rest of my position. Although I probably need to adjust that. Is it possible we can see BBY, FTD, and missing OPEC's price action compound into a squeeze? Yes. Talking about brokerage logins, remember when AMC holders gave brokerage login credentials to a third-party company with no hesitation, and then said company was bought by Robinhood? Hilarious. That was pretty funny. H&S SPY inverse H&S maybe GME. Yeah, I think GME is gonna come back up to test VWAP. I just don't know if we're gonna have the volume to cross. We'll see. It's right now. It's testing right now. So Goldman Sachs getting out of Russia. How much can you make on CSPs for BBBY? I mean, I just sold one for tomorrow for like 112. The CSPs are pretty high at 20. IV's high, so CSPs are decent premium. And I don't really care if I get assigned on it, or it'll lower my cost basis a little. Baba's getting crushed. Munger's the investor of the past 3 generations. Jesus. Yeah. He's really not killing it there. Thankfully for Munger, Buffett's just slaying it all over the place. So Caterpillar is to my GME plays. Like Buffett is to Munger. Is it possible we see wheat drop back to the $7-8 range where it was before the dip? Yeah, that's possible. Although the futures contracts this tracks are currently locked up, and this has no shares available to buy. So this can still blow up. It's just taking time because the limit up halts aren't lifted yet. Your CC is at plus 80%, and it can only go to 100%. Why not sell now? Why would I? I'll just get 100%. There's no reason to like buy it back. Is it making you nervous? There's a whole fucking like 14 no $22 I can still make on it. $70 business days is like 12 years. 15 shares before the split. If they postpone T+2 from the 17th, they risk futures expire on the 18th, not the 17th. Today is the 69th day of the year, guys. We can potentially go lower, but you're in the lowest possible price range already here at like $100. There's not much. There's only like $13 of space potentially below us, right? And then most people's cost basis is like 160, 250 or higher. So if you doubled down, you'd lower your cost basis to 150. Which is significant, right? Time to play the downside of Cat? No. Cat's just slow. It's not a quick mover. It's moved really fast over the last couple days, but it's normal for it to stagnate. Like, and the range it's stagnating in right now and consolidating is very bullish. Is that DraftKings? I think it's a big piece of shit. What makes you think now or tomorrow is a good entry for Docu? It consolidates, then dumps, then consolidates, then dumps. It hasn't been this low since May 2020. I think tomorrow is a better entry because it'll experience IV crush, and even if it doesn't, IV is almost like 400% at the money right now. So, like, it doesn't make a difference. You might as well see how earnings play out before buying in. Because if it runs, it's going to run up a lot, right? So you have plenty of time to like scalp the post earnings run up. Doesn't Jimmy dropping to 80? I still with my options account can just afford half a share. You buy shares and immediately sell covered calls on them, or do you have to wait for settlement? I mean, you may not be able to buy your covered call back if you don't wait for settlement. When do you think a possible squeeze on DDS can occur? When OPEC's covering completes, or when their dividend comes out, which is also soon. GME testing my patience. How? It's not even doing anything. Amazon's split date, I believe, is May 25th. April 112 puts safe. Wait, what? You want to buy in the money puts? I mean, is 100 the best possible low price? No, but it's a good one. If you think you could get lower, right, and you want to buy 100 shares, you know, you could buy like 25 and then see what happens. And then if it drops, by another 25. And then, you know, if it stagnates in that range, by another 25. And then if it starts to move back up, by 25 there, if you want. Or just, you know, buy 25 at 100 and call it a day. But it's up to you, right? Like, I mean, I don't know how you want to. Are you aiming for that $13 discount? It's not really going to matter unless you're buying like a couple thousand shares. That I don't like. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Wait. What's the low on that? My fucking. Disappear. So it's having a hard time. 1 second. Hmm. $209. Guess I'll wait. There were some claims that Berkey had some tie as a hedge or something to GMA. Did you ever see anything there? No. As exciting as this is, I'm gonna go work on my bug farm. Should be back in time for power hour. Later, man. Yeah, I'm pretty far behind on chat. Even further now. So any forward contracts that the ETFs need to close in order to replenish their asset pool will have to be delivered upon within T+2. GME earnings date seems extremely strategic from a market dynamic standpoint. If you agree, can you please mention some of the more profound dynamics at play on and around March 17th. What? Stefan, you're driving me nuts today, man. You just said that it seems extremely strategic, and then your follow-up question was, can you please mention why? Just can't with you. Since Amazon split isn't happening before late May, what entry range are you looking to pick up shares at between now and then? I'm just selling far out of the money CSPs to lower my costs. I'm just doing the same shit I'm doing with Google. Probably sometime during SLD when the market comes down, I'll hopefully be able to pick up some shares. What's your opinion on having one share DRS for possible dividends? Sorry if it was asked before. I mean, dividends will be delivered to anybody no matter where they hold their shares. This is the first time I've seen 69 not be bullish. Fair, but the day's not over. Is May a good entry date for BBBY calls, or would you recommend leaps to give RC time to ruffle feathers? I mean, if I was going further out of the money, I'd be getting leaps. Sell a CSP at 112 for April. Oh, I see. I mean, if you're willing to buy GameStop at 112, why not? You just want credit for calls? And if you're buying calls, you can always buy it back, right? Rick used to say 200 was a low price back when we were at 220. I mean, it was. Remember, everything's relative. Although I don't remember ever saying 200 was a good buy-in price. I think I said 180 at that time. The average like cost basis for people is still in the like 162 to 190 range. Does AMD look like a downtrend or descending wedge on the daily, or neither? It just looks like it's going down. Did you overhold your calls and now you're underwater? Greg used to say 200 was a low. YOLO at one strike. Gotcha. Oh, Jesus. I'm burnt out of getting burned on options. Buy and hold truly is the way. Okay. My knowledge about options halted at lesson 1. Win 2. At some point. Volume is poopy. Quick, go buy 1,000 deep in the money calls. Okay, thanks, bye. Jimmy cost basis of 140, decent? Yeah, that's pretty good. It's below most. Do you still believe you'll become a billionaire or at least a multi-millionaire in the hundreds? Yeah. I also don't need MOASS to do that, but it'd be nice and make it a lot faster. Just ordered 10 more shares of Gmae because inflation is up, and I don't care about my car repair savings account anymore because I can't afford to drive it anyway. Bullish. 2 million in March 18, April 100 Ps just sold. Nice. If I'm going to buy 100 shares of something, could it be better to sell a CSP with the idea that it will probably get assigned? Yeah. You could even sell CSPs in the money. Like $1 in the money for the additional premium. No, you didn't miss it. I'm gonna write kind of like a DD on it this weekend, probably. He knows the answer. He just wants to know that you know too. I'm the one who told him the answer. J-Fresh. Opening a position in BBY also. You think selling CSPs is best? Buy shares now or wait until further drop or bounce before buying shares? I'm leaning towards CSP, not sure which ones are best. I sold a bunch at 20 for this week. I have a few at 15. I think I have some at 18. But I mean, I want to lower my cost basis and buy more shares, so that's the best way for me to do it. Because not only do I collect the premium, but if I do get assigned on them, I also just get the shares I want at a lower cost basis. Because my cost basis right now is at like 2450 ish, almost 2450. It's like 2447 or some shit like that. So any shares I get or premium I collect on selling CSPs below that number is lowering my cost basis overall. On Amazon CSPs, I was thinking about that. I mean, the only shitty thing is if you get assigned, it's expensive. Like it's 200 grand. But generally, when big companies like that go into a split, stock price rises, and you can keep selling CSPs under the increase in price, right? And collecting fat premiums. And that way, by the time the split's approaching, you can just like sell a CSP in the money and force an assignment, and you'll have saved, all of this premium you've collected from your buy-in. Which can be significant. Because like just out of the money CSPs, like if you were selling at 2,900, it's like $26,000 premium. It's pretty sweet. Or $2,600 premium. If you sell them further out, you can get more. So if you like targeted like April, what are they at April? You can sell like 2,800s in April for $8,400, 9,000, 10,400. All of those are really far out of the money. And then like at the end, if I were to like sell like a May 20 like in the money at the current price of like 29.40, I can pick up another like $21,000 premium, and then I just buy at market price, right? Or even better, you know, the stock goes up. I'm hoping that by doing that, I'll be able to afford to pick up some, or pick up a chunk of shares at least. Maybe not 100, but. Just selling CSP in the money is what you mean by sell to open. Yeah, that's what sell to open is. Can you briefly explain how a CSP works? I don't understand how you end up with shares if things don't go your way. Well, say on GameStop right now, say you were to sell a CSP at $100, right? That would mean that you need cash security of 100 times 100, right? Because it's 100 shares, so $10,000. And you collect whatever the premium is for that at the moment. So let's take a look. That's not GameStop. What's the premium? $100 put for March 11th. Let's say, so you collect a premium of $216 or $216. Now, if the price goes up, right, to like 105 by tomorrow, you would just collect your $216. Nothing happens. But say tomorrow at the end of the day, the price closes below 100. So say it closes at like 99, 98. You'll get assigned on this, which means that they will take $10,000 out of your account and you will receive 100 shares of GameStop. But you'll also have collected that premium of $216. Does that make sense, Lord? Check out steel again. It's gonna break possibly. Ooh. It doesn't look terrible, except volume is super shit, so it's still not quite. Yeah, I don't think so. I think this might get rejected again. Let me check something else here. I think it's gonna get rejected. Oh, this is supposed to be cat. What is $10,000? The security for the put. If you sell a cash secured put at 150 strike, right? CSP 150 put for, you know, whatever. What the cash security is $15,000 because that's how much it is to buy 100 shares at the strike. Deck P, thank you, dude, so much. Do puts cost same like shares? Depends. So is the risk in that scenario that the stock goes to 80, then you bought 100 shares at $100 and only got a measly $216 premium? Yes. That is the risk. Fortunately, GameStop has very, very solid floors. It doesn't tend to fall through its low resistance. But if you're bullish on the stock, right? You're bullish on the stock above $100, then it never hurts to sell CSPs below $100, right? As long as you want to keep buying more of it. Can you explain how you manage your leaps? Do you sit on them or churn on them based on runs? I'd sell them if they become profitable. unless I want to exercise them. It depends on how profitable they get, right? If you cannot afford to buy 100 shares, you cannot sell CSPs. That's correct. Well, depends on the stock, right? Like, but yeah. Like, you might not be able to afford to sell CSPs on GameStop, but maybe you can sell CSPs on, like, Bed Bath & Beyond, right? And it's not even a bad ratio. Like, I sold CSPs on BBY for like 215 for $20 ones I sold earlier in the week. And they're likely going to expire out of the money, right? So I'm just going to collect the premium. Maybe, I don't know, they might fill, but even if they do, I got, and it fills, I spent $2,000, right, minus 215, so $1,785 for 100 shares, which is still cheaper than the market price if it closes at like $19. So it's not a bad deal. So I still got 100 shares for $17 a share, essentially. How many shares of Amazon do you need to do covered calls? So with a 20-to-1 split, you need 5 shares for 100. So you need 100. You need 100 shares to sell CSPs. So for every 5 shares of Amazon pre-split, you can sell 1 CC post. Can you look at March 11 GME 25p? March 11 GME 25 put? I don't see a 25p. 125p, Nick? CPI still at -20. Should it get resolved during trading hours? Usually it'll level out during trading hours, and then when the foreign exchange is closed towards the end of the day, it'll start to pick back up again. What's a good strike for CSPs on BBBY? Say in May, I want to get in on BBBY. This seems like the way to go. I'm thinking $19 strike in May. Probably fine. 19's not a terrible price. Are the calls that profitable that it's worth selling it just to buy at the current price? I mean, yeah. Because it makes it cheaper than the current price, right? Like, I mean, here's a good example. If you really wanted BBBY, right? You could sell like a Jan 23 $19 or $17 put for shit. You could sell a $20 put for 700, right? So 700 premium, and if it drops below that, you buy, you spend $2,000 buying shares minus the $700. So you just got 100 shares at a cost basis of $13. So yeah, that's fucking definitely worth it, right? Couple $100 type stuff. It's tough. When you don't have enough leverage, it's hard to have your like wins be meaningful. Like if you're you can day trade stocks, that's your best bet, but you have to have a consistently very high win rate, because you essentially can't afford to lose any money, because otherwise you lose leverage. That's why sub like $500 or sub $1,000 accounts don't have a very high success rate. If you don't get assigned, you lower your cost basis. I earned 4K so far this year on CSPs that don't get assigned. I mean, the problem with not getting assigned is that you tie up capital that can be used elsewhere, right? Because you're constantly securing that put until it fills. How do contracts work through a stock split? Are they adjusted on the date, or do all the puts go super far in the money really fast? They're adjusted on the date. So if you have a contract for 100 Amazon shares, right, and it splits 20-1, on the split date, you now have a contract for 2,000 or 20,000, no, 2,000 shares. So your contract is just, the value of your contract is now 2,000 shares instead of 100. So everything splits evenly. Same for a reverse split. Like if something was splitting 2-1, and you had a contract for 100, you would then have a contract for 50. Anyone have an opinion on if the double bottom on the GME weekly is worth noting? It is. Although not in a 5% range. So it's something to think about. I don't think it is, right? I assume you're referring to this. Fucking price action. So this range is greater than 5%. So it's not truly a double bottom. If GME were to bounce here and hold its weekly EMA 120, and not continue to fall below, this would just imply like an ascending channel. Sometimes they're called an ascending double bottom, but in fact, it's really just a shift in trend to the upside. And Cat's being very boring today. I wonder why GME is so similar to Cat right now. Well, sort of, but like, Docu is a pretty great wheel candidate if you're bullish with that IV. It is, yeah. The IV is very high. The contracts are super valuable. If you bought a 1 DTE call and the next day it went up 100%, who would be buying these calls? Market makers? You mean selling them to you? Also, if everyone's trying to sell at market open, wouldn't it smash the ask side, bringing the value down? Yes. I'm going full Theta Gang as well. Thanks for getting into these explanations today. It helps cement what I've been reading. For sure. Can you exercise the CSP? No. The person you sell it to can exercise it. That's how you get assigned. Any chance NFT Marketplace gets announced on earnings day? Maybe. I have no idea. I mean, nobody's gonna know until it happens. Put some stuff on other stacks that have earnings or ex-dividend dates around this upcoming GME earnings in QuantCord. Oh, okay. Oh. Ooh, dark pool volume's climbing back up again. 50% today. It was so low yesterday and the day before. It's in QuantCord, you said? Showing up. Block trades this morning. Here's the stocks in XRT that have earnings around the same time as GME or have a dividend around GME. eBay, Big Five, yeah, can't Ross. Dick's already had their earnings, didn't they? Dillard's is March 30th. Oh, okay, I see. So Dick's, Advance Auto Parts, Big Lots, and Walmart. Signet, GameStop, Designer Brands, Dollar General. Ooh, does Dollar General have a divvy? I mean, it's going to be a lot of pressure on the basket, one way or the other turn. GME versus Gern. It does look similar. Is that OG rules? Is that scaled properly? One of them looks like it's been tightened up a bit to fit. Okay. Thanks for being real, man. Yeah. What was this? That's why I trade ES and NQ futures. High leverage scalping. Yeah. It's been a good year to do it, though, Segan, to be fair. If the market stagnates, those aren't so great. You know, if your CPA considers you a day trader, it helps a bunch with the IRS. Basically, makes you a business automatically. I believe so. I believe that's how it's filed. So it'd be the risk in selling CSPs. Oh, you don't want to get assigned. That's the risk. And if you're doing like a strategy like wheeling, like you never want to get assigned, right? And so the risk is that like the price falls through your CSP, right? And you get assigned and you've bought shares, say, at $100, and the price goes down here, right? And just doesn't ever come back up. Right? It just stays at like 80. Right? And you're selling covered calls up here at 90 or whatever, trying to or at 100 really, because that's where you bought in. So you're selling cover calls up here, and for who knows the fuck for how long until you get assigned, right? And so that's the shitty part. That's where like a CSP would be bad. Like if the stock just doesn't do anything for a long time. But doesn't the strike say the same? So if the price drops you way out of the money, doesn't it still make it worthless? Wait, what? I mean, it'd have to drop really far out of the money. You do have some, like, you have the premium, right? We all know that more than half of GME investors are in for MOASS. So, in your opinion, if RC, GME don't announce anything and say nothing, will people start to slowly sell, even if in the red? I mean, yeah, but other people will buy, right? This is just the way of the market. I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't have the same opinions about retail share ownership and stuff that other people do. I just don't. I don't think it fucking matters. If people sell and the price drops to 80, institutions will buy in. So the fuck does it matter? Who cares? It's such a weird thing to be focused on, you know? Like I'm probably gonna buy more GameStop if it goes below my cost basis. I'd imagine most people will buy more GameStop if it's cheap enough. People are buying GameStop right now because the price is attractive. So if some people sell, or there's people that are like in it for MOASS, honestly, if they all sold at once the Friday after, they were so disappointed in earnings, that would probably just call a share recall from the lenders, or cause a share recall from the lenders, because all of their fucking shares are lent out. You could want to get assigned. Yeah, that's the benefit of like GameStop or BBBY, is that it's great to get assigned, right? Because you want to buy more of the stock. You talk about put credit spreads. I'd be a good move for folks that can't afford a full CSP. Yeah, but it requires margin. Maybe later, not right now. Thoughts on selling CSPs on Express? I don't know. I don't think Express is all that great, but if you want to. Yeah, uranium is just supply and demand. The amount of uranium being extracted versus the amount of uranium being used is the gap is narrowing. And then with the conflict in Russia, there's a potential that the supply of uranium will dry up sooner than expected. And the speculation and mining of it take a very long time. So that's where and then like they're building more nuclear power plants. I think the infrastructure bill has money moving into that as well. And with more nuclear power plants. Obviously, you need more uranium, which creates more demand on the dwindling supply. And this was the play on uranium originally, before the conflict with Russia. Russia produces a lot of uranium, so with exports halting from there, it's kind of speeding up that supply demand crossover. And when that happens, then it could get very expensive very quickly. So if it drops below your CSP strike minimums of premium, you have to try to sell CCs and wait. But if it doesn't fall below by more than your premium, you can just sell the shares Monday at open. Yeah, you can. Or you could just sell a covered call in the money, right? And collect even more premium. The problem with wheeling is that it ties up lots of capital, right? So if you're doing this in like a leveraged way and doing a lot of contracts at once, you're doing those January BBBY calls at that like $700 premium or $7 premium, right? For each of those though, you're tying up $2,000, right? And so if it never falls into that range, like, and you're not actually getting assigned, then this money is just tied up until these contracts expire, which is almost a year from now, right? So you're tying up $2,000, and it's not bad, like, but you're tying up $2,000 for a year for what is that, like, like 35% return on your money. I think 40, 45, 35% return. Yeah. Why does that seem wrong? That's got to be right. Still way better than sitting in a savings account at 0.01%. I mean, yes, of course. Both of your claim conflicts results in another round of treaties to disarm the nukes. When they disarmed the nuclear stockpile held by Ukraine, the first time it lowered the price a lot. Maybe. That's plutonium though, right? Like, that's, what the fuck would that have to do with the price of uranium? I'm not playing chicken on a raft. Shut up, Darth. For 2-to-1 split, if I have one contract, I'll get one contract for 200 shares. Also, there's a strike price split in half as well. Yes. Everything splits. My money is sitting in a bank account at 8% a year. Should I change? Well, the difference is that your money in your bank account is safe. Your money you put in the market carries risk. So an AMC was at 70. If I would have sold a CSP at 60, that would be an example of how things could go very, very wrong. Yes. Because now you have, like a $43 loss that you have to per share, right? So $4,300 loss that you have to make up with covered calls. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be right. Yeah, that's why you don't sell CSPs after massive runs. Covered calls after massive runs, on the other hand, like if you'd sold leap $70 calls or $65 calls on AMC when it hit 70, you'd be very happy right now. Alternatively, MELI, Latin American eBay. I mean, it looks like it's bouncing on the intraday. It doesn't really trade a lot of volume, but it's like longer term trends do not look bullish. This doesn't look good. This looks like it's gonna move back into the like under 900. I would say maybe back to 890. Shouldn't you wheel with weeklies? I mean, you don't have to. Ideally, no, because you're selling theta, and theta's more valuable 45, 90 days out. You can wheel with weeklies in like the meme stocks, right? Because they have high IV. But they're also riskier. Selling in the money calls on a massive run takes some serious cojones. Why? It just depends on what the massive run is on, right? Like, sure, you may miss out on upside, but you know, if you've identified higher resistances, then why the fuck not? It was like, I think one of my most valuable plays on GameStop was selling covered calls at the top of March. Wheat's still breaking lower. Yeah, I'm losing a little bit of confidence in at least my $14 calls. I'll probably move them down. But I mean, it pushed down into like 969. Here's the problem. When the futures like halt lifts, this is probably gonna rip. It's sold out of shares completely. There's no zero shares left. But the contracts that it tracks are halted, like limit up halts. So it's really just stagnating right now until until they're unhalted. So if it seems like I'm overholding it a bit, that's why. I also have calls at 11 and 12. So, it's not, I'm not really down that much across the position. Now, after this, has some improvement, then this is not the right type of wheat to be in moving into the spring. But that's another story. We'll get to that later. Because you want to be in hard wheat, which is already being kind of speculated on quite a bit, but there'll probably still be opportunity left over there. You could also trade wheat via the ETNs, which are way more liquid, but way more volatile. Is this a good entry for PM? Philip Morris chart shows it's close to a support. They just announced a div X date of 324. I mean, given the current economic uncertainty, I feel like Altria, Philip Morris, British Tobacco are all going to be like good buy and hold investments for the next few years. But make sure that that's what you're expecting to get out of it. Those companies aren't traditionally sold very short. There's no reason to short them. They're super successful and they have just obscene amounts of cash on hand. What are some good inflation beneficiary stocks you like? GameStop, Tech is good. Um, Tobacco, liquor, beer are all solid. Two types of bombs, one uranium, one plutonium. U-235 is used to make your weapons. A lot more fissile. Blended back into feedstock for civilian use. It goes a long way. Oh, okay. Memes, CSPs, same like Vega gang. You think GME will see any more buy volume this week? 110cc safe. I don't like the 110s because they're below max pain, and we could, right? There's, tomorrow could be a little spicier. I mean, it'll depend on the market, but tomorrow's FTDs from Feb 3, which was also a big FTD day, and January 25th, which is the T+2 from the leaps. So tomorrow could be a little spicier. Today is kind of dead and uninteresting. Tomorrow we might move back towards max pain, and if we tested it, before close, or hit it and then fell into close, there's a risk that you could get assigned. Gamma maximum at 108, or gamma neutral at 108 right now. So I do like the idea of selling above gamma neutral. Because obviously they're gonna fight for gamma neutral more than they're gonna fight for max pain. Are there more doors or wheels? Wheels. Well, I don't know. Are we counting house doors, or are we just talking about vehicles? Would it make sense to buy GME June contracts tomorrow, since typically Fridays are red? Sure. I mean, that's kind of an arbitrary way of purchasing forward contracts. IV's down today, and the stock is trading fairly flat. So I would say today presents better opportunity. How do you track your trades? Spreadsheet, if I remember to do it. Otherwise, I just kind of add it up at the end of the month. What's so profitable about selling? You make it most a couple grand over several months, and you have to have hundreds of shares to do it, possibly getting it called. I get the probability, but why? I mean, I make like $3,000 a week selling my 200 shares of Tesla over and over and over again. And it's not a bad strategy. It's just income, right? Like I have no intention of selling the shares, so why would I not make money on them? I guess I could just hold them in my account and stare at them. I could direct register them. That's an option. Or I could use them to generate income, which seems like the best choice. So if I sell July 15 CSP at 80, it's high up $8,000, get a premium of 1355 and wait for a drop until then. If I sell July 15 CSP at 80, I tie up 8 grand, get a premium of 1355 and wait for a drop. Yeah, essentially. That would be your return. Man, that's far out of the money. Like, you really don't want to get assigned at 80. Do you have a preference between Google or Amazon for selling CCs? I mean, I kind of want to own both, so no. I think Amazon's a little more volatile. I think it has higher IV than Google does. So it's arguably the better covered call target. Could you do TA on BBBY? I mean, there's not a lot to do. I did it over the weekend. It's in the Discord if you want to check it out. Nothing's really changed. I guess the spike, but you know, it's just consolidating off of that run up when Cohen bought in. There's really nothing there to do though. At least not right now. Not until it finds a floor and bounces. Yeah, it's got that's I mean that's the big advantage to wheeling is that it has a very high success rate. It's a low risk, but it requires lots of capital. So the capital allocation is high. So you have to tie up a lot of money in order to do it. But the risk is very low. Assuming no run up will happen during the next few days, and they short GME after earnings, even if good news comes up, what's the price that you'd expect GME to go to? I mean that'll depend on what we're trading at going into earnings. So I couldn't tell you right now. I mean, if earnings was today, I'd say we could go down to like 85, but it's not, right? If we trend up into earnings to like 110, 120, then you know 97 would be like the low. It's all relative. I mean, you can't make a prediction like that fucking 2 weeks in advance. It's absurd. You want a catalyst, then lock the float. That's not a catalyst. Doors and wheels, wherever they may be. Can you please give me 200 shares of Tesla? No. Do you save back money for taxes or just reinvest it and figure it out at tax time? You just reinvest it and then you defer your taxes. And then by the time you actually pay your taxes, you know, you've already made the amount you owe off of reinvesting the funds that you would have saved to pay your taxes. Or talk to a certified accountant who's qualified to answer these questions. I want to buy at 80. My cost basis is 88. Okay. So it seems like if you're willing to tie up 8 grand for 1,300 bucks for the next 3 months, then it seems like a good deal. Right? I mean, your return on that investment is what? 16% in 3 months on $8,000. It's not terrible if you don't fill. And if you do fill, you lower your cost basis incrementally. Can you check out X even though you're out? It looks like it bumped back up. I just, this is where I don't like it. Is that like really the high resistance here is like 32.25. So it could fail here and then continue to consolidate in this like downward wedge. And I think that's more likely than it pushes up through into like $33. The fucking cat is flat as a pancake right now. Is there just like an obscene amount of open interest at 215? Not really. Some. 220 has a lot. Maybe that's what they're afraid of. Seeing potential in the FCEL chart for today. We'll sell. It looks good. The bounce on VWAP just now is nice. I don't like the range. The range is garbage. I mean, you got like what 20 cents here. I guess if you're just buying stock, like this crossover is not a terrible entry. Moving very quick. Yeah, I don't love this. Like it looks fine to go up a few cents, but I don't like it. It can also just fail there and dip back down to VWAP. How in the world do you make money off shares you already own? Covered calls. How low do you think the spot will go over the next months? Do you expect more large down moves? I mean, I don't know. I think if we continue to correct, SLD's coming up too. I think we could see sub 400. I don't know if that'll be like panic inducing, but it could be. Also, you know, if the Fed comes in slightly higher, that could be a problem as well. Oh, that's something interesting about that chart that I got sent earlier. Didn't the Fed bump rates around that time? Oh, who was it that sent me that? Can you check what the Fed rate went to? Right before Gern ran, OG. If you have the scale for that, like the time frame. Finally, some US Steel calls. Good run. On that hypothetical 715 CSP trade, why would it be bad to be assigned to $80 a share? Because if the price goes down that far, the downside would be much greater. 80 seems like a good entry. Well, 80's below resistance. I mean, it's unlikely that an $80 call on GameStop would fill by June. I really think we have too much support in like the 95 to 100 range. But it could, and if it did, the potential for it to go back to 40 is much higher. So that would be the downside. Was that you could buy at 80 and then end up having to fucking you're stuck with those shares at $40. I talked to a data scientist called Mo Money, Ray my taxes, and now I'm going to jail for tax fraud. So do you think today would be a good day to pick up GME at the money Junes? I'm thinking about it because I'm just worried that we're gonna break back to the upside at the end of today. A little bit, like back into that 104 range. And if I'm buying calls, I kind of like the idea of buying them here when we're trading at 100, especially because I can pick up 105s and 110s much cheaper than if we're trading a little bit towards gamma neutral at 108. So I do like the price point we're at right now. Could the market slip into the end of the day? Possibly. Check out NaveGex for BBY. Look at October. I've seen it. It was nuts. Thoughts on KR for the short term? I bought some puts at the end of the day, and Friday was looking great for a while. Kroger short term? It's not really a short term play. Bought some puts end of day Friday, and it was looking great for a while. I would not be playing puts on Kroger right now. Kroger is gonna go likely up for quite some time. This is a stock that historically performs extremely well in a bad economy. So I would not be betting against it. If you're not already out of the money, think about that. Like it could consolidate a little bit, maybe down to like 53, but this already looks bullish. And this could just continue to break out. Okay, I should have kept that Kroger that WeBull gave me. Oh well. Can you explain why a market crash would be bad for MOASS? Aren't they over shorted regardless at this point? But because they get tons of capital, they're short everything, Casey. They're not just short GameStop. I'm not saying it's bad for MOASS, it's likely not great, right? It's good for their margin. So the odds of a margin call are reduced if everything's crashing and they're net short, right? What do you do with money from leaps, which has gone in the money? Well, it depends on how far in the money they've gone. I'll probably just sell them. You can sell covered, if you have a leap, you can sell covered calls, or not covered calls, but naked calls against it if you have margin. Or like it's called a PMCC. So instead of a secured call, like say you have, a leap at fucking 90 on GameStop, right? And you can sell, you know, covered calls or calls at 110 without any risk, right? Because like if the price were to run up, you can always sell this for more money and buy that back. Naked calls are dangerous because much like a short, they have the potential for unlimited loss, so you have to hedge them. I would want to avoid the runs that happen on Tesla while selling covered calls. I mean, usually I just buy them back or I'll roll them out depending on the support resistance and stuff. I've gotten assigned a couple times, but I usually sell them far enough out of the money, and they're all. I mean, my cost basis on Tesla shares is super fucking low. I bought them. They were from contracts I exercised back in 2020, so I really don't. I really don't think about it. But I've gotten assigned once or twice. I just buy back on the next dip. Um, or I'll just sell like CSPs until I get assigned, like usually fairly close to the money. Believe it or not, most stocks, you know, you don't just hold forever. Look at the downside of the SPY today. I made $20. Better than zero. 318 puts sold at 100. Looks like someone wants 100 to be the floor. Probably. It's bullish. It's good. Volume spike on cat at 1220. This. It's 2,000 shares. Missed something? That's 2,000 shares. That's not crazy at all. Hold on. I'm gonna update Reddit. Hmm. Who are your favorite activist investors and why? None of them. They all just come in and rape companies for money. It doesn't matter if they're on the good side or the bad side. I like following them around and making money off plays they make because it's usually profitable. They throw a lot of, you know, weight at stocks and usually benefits the shareholders in the short term. Would entering for the upside on Kroger on consolidation phase of that big nasty bull flag be something you would do if you were me? And if you want to hold Kroger for a couple years, sure. Quick summary of how you plan to play SPY SLD. Well, usually the market drops and VIX goes up. Can you please cover your body in mustard and do the little dance for Larry Fink so he can press the button? Never. I show 57,000 shares of cat at 1220. What are you on? I don't see it at all. Today I made 18% day trading option on cost. I used a stop on quote and it dipped below the quote price and did not sell. Is there usually a delay for when it hits your quote? Use a stop on quote? Like, is that a stop loss? Are you in Europe? Or is it a stop limit? If it's a stop limit and it's like your limit doesn't fill, like if it dips below your limit, then that makes sense. But if it's a stop loss, it should have just converted to a market order immediately upon hitting your stop. I would call your brokerage. Do you think that a market crash could ignite MOASS? Like, aren't short hedge funds likely going to profit even more from a crash, thus having more ammo to short GME? A market crash, theoretically, the best scenario for GameStop in the event of a market crash would be that lenders recall their shares in order to sell them. Unfortunately, most of the institutional investors currently involved in GameStop have all of their shares in ETFs, and so hence are very unlikely to sell them. You check your crystal ball for earnings call info? I have no idea what they're going to say at earnings, man. Fertilizer pricing at all-time highs. Stock could be well over 300 by this December. What was it? UAN? I don't know if this is what I would use to play it. It's doing well. Very nice performance. But shit, even from the beginning of this year, this is fantastic. Maybe. I'm not sure if this is where the company I would choose for fertilizer, but yeah, fertilizer is going up. It'll probably continue to rise into the end of the year, maybe longer. Ew. Okay, I think that's about risk. Well, it's not, but it's very close. Cat's having a rough day. Coming down for 5. I know some people were looking at leaps there. Is this just the market dipping? Fucking volume is dried up. Why are we tracking the Dow? It's so fucking weird, right? GameStop and BBBY have a closer correlation with the Dow today than the SPY. Similar. I guess Dow and the SPY are just behaving similarly. I guess commodities aren't having that hot of a day. I think the deposits remain unchanged with the settlement period changed. So the deposits should still start next Wednesday. I saw this music producer named Big Head, and it looks like the Post Malone version of you. Weird. So you buying near the money puts on the SPY or just chilling with your VIX position? I might buy some SPY puts. Theoretically, how long can this shorting keep happening? I mean, they have to clear out the obligations from the ETFs eventually. And with XRT's rebalancing coming on the 18th, fairly soon. So, I mean, that should see us get some price improvement. Hopefully, it's significant. Stop limit on GME options are really, really risky due to illiquidity. I mean, GME options aren't that illiquid. It depends on which contract you have, but yeah, a stop limit can be rough. But if you set your limit wide enough, you don't have to worry about that, right? You'll just fill it the next bid. Theoretically, how long can this keep shorting? Can the shorting keep happening? Okay, answered that. Where do you find SLD dates? They're from FINRA. What's the best oil stock to invest in? Heard you say earlier you didn't think it was rig. I just don't think rig's the absolute best, and I don't know how much I'd want to be in oil right now. UAE came through on increasing supply, and Venezuela's in negotiations to do so. So, you know, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of oil for a few weeks at least. Right now, you know, those are going to kind of ease those two announcements are going to kind of ease the speculation on oil. So oil's been coming down a little bit. I'm sure it'll pick back up, but right now, yeah, I wouldn't be buying into oil at all. Why is GME down? DRS and dupes was guaranteed ups. SS told me. That's what you get for that. I've closed 667 trades, theta scalps, etc. 92.4. I'm only 50% of total cap. Nice. PBB value leaps. IV is at 110%. How low would you want to see it before jumping in? Closer to 100 probably. Ooh, someone just tried to murder those sold CSPs. Are those CSPs for the $100 puts? Are those for tomorrow? Or is it? Yeah, these are for tomorrow. Wait, no. Yeah, these are for tomorrow. See? Well, someone's gonna fight for those. How do you see this current BBBY movement? Is the stock on the control the price at the shorts radar yet, or is it just taking profit? I mean, they've been shorting the shit out of it since Monday, Windmill. It went from like 2 million shares available to borrow. It's down to like almost nothing now. But now they have two positions that they have to control the price on actively. That's rough. Oxy and CVX are good oil positions. Think about 30C. I need to do some research before I buy into more oil. I want to look into like try to find some undervalued shale producers and US drilled oil and onshore oil. UAE backtracked and they won't increase production to the levels needed. Oh, really? That's bullish. When was that announcement made? Venezuela cannot produce the amount of oil they say they can. They say 1 million barrels. What they can do is 600K a day. I realize that there's faults with the announcements, both of them. I didn't realize UAE backtracked already. Because the last I read was this morning, and that they'd agreed to increase supply. But if that's the case, then this dip will be short lived. Real chads buy oil wells, not oil stock. If we're ordered by super deep in the money, call right now. And where to exercise right after being bought? Do the shares the MM have to buy and deliver affect clearing FTDs through CNS? Oh, they can't use bona fide market making to satisfy the exercise of a contract. So there would be no failure through the MM. They could create the shares in an ETF and give them to you and fail there. It's expensive for them. Are you gonna buy any weeklies next week for GME earnings? Probably not. Probably just gonna roll my position to June soon. I might start doing it now. This is a good low. Ooh, cat looking nice. How bright is your room? Fairly bright. How good is your eyesight? I think it's like 20/20. Would you be willing to go on the Trillionaire Mindsets podcast? I have no idea what that is, but sure. Can you see the near-term end for the euro? I mean, the euro is probably going to take a hit over the next year. Although, who knows? I mean, that's kind of the problem with the current conflict, right? Is we don't know how long-lived it will be. I mean, Putin keeps doubling down, but I think the Russian people are fairly against the war already. So last few weeks really reminds me of this few weeks at 38.40 last year before the shoot up. Are you rolling your Aprils? Yeah, I'm gonna get ahead of the theta curve and just roll everything out to June. Because really, I mean, ultimately, like I'm targeting the week after earnings. And so I feel like I have no reason to carry the calls from here to there, so I might as well just move them out into June. What do you think about Visa turnaround? It's struggling to break the upper resistance per my TA, higher CPI. I'm bullish on debt. I mean, Visa makes most of their money from transactions, not really debt, but generally when Visa breaks 200, it's a very easy move up to like 220. It's just hard for it to break 200. It can stagnate here for a really long time. This is a good price. So expect a new bull run after the Russian conflict is over, if it ends, or alternatively, if it becomes, you know, a conflict involving NATO, that would also probably be bullish. Not good, but bullish. We have plenty of drilling rigs. We have no pipe to drill with and can't get any research or subject. Supply chain issues holding up the drilling. I want to give a big shout out to the guy who thought Cisco earnings would be bearish. Cisco earnings bearish. No people to work the drilling rigs. That's a problem. Why roll April to June, not May, if you're targeting week after earnings? Not May. The theta drop off shouldn't be that big of a difference between May and June, and you can maintain more leverage. Yeah, but I like the liquidity I have on the leap contracts versus May. I don't mind paying a little extra for that. Thank you about the 30C for BBBY for May 20. Do you think this gives enough time or too soon? Could be enough time. Even up, would you mind looking at Toyota Motors? Huge drop. I'm thinking maybe now's a good time to buy long term. What are your thoughts, mate? I haven't really looked into Toyota in a long time. How big is the drop? I mean, this. I think you can. I think the current price can fall a little further. And this overall looks fairly bearish. This does not look like a bullish reversal. Not at all. So I would say that it's probably going to drop at least back to 160, and then it may start to trend up. Uh, but I would, if I was looking at an entry, I'd be targeting like 160, with like a price target. I guess it depends on how long you want to hold it, but like maybe a price target at like 171. Not sure how the market would think a conflict with a nuclear weapon state is supposed to be bullish. It causes growth. You know, manufacturing would ramp up in response, and that would cause growth. Lots more government money, lots more liquidity. How do you guys still have the energy to watch this sideways action all day? I mean, we're trading other stocks, right? You're here every day. Says the guy who's literally in chat every day. It's ridiculous. It's about 10 on IEX. Nice. Good price. Yeah, I think I'm gonna roll some of these now. Uh, what was gamma maximum the other day, 140. 140. Okay. Sometimes you just have to be patient. I'm new here. Can you address the allegations of you being a BlackRock shill and halting major stocks like goat and wheat by mentioning them? Use your might EpiPen to draw when you would roll and in what range. For June, it was 110 to 150. I'm thinking about the 150s right now. I haven't bought them, but I I just rolled a few between 105 and 140. I'm thinking about 150. Still not sure. Yeah, my max is at 140 right now. It could go up though as we move towards earning. So I think if I buy 150s now, even just on the, I could probably just sell them on the IV bump into earnings. I'm selling a petroleum engineer with drilling fluids engineer certificate and 12 years experience. They don't understand the oil fields. What's going on? Are people fighting about oil? Is UVXY a good way for exposure on the VIX? It's not terrible. It's exposure to VIX futures, not the VIX directly. Cause my GameStop brings all the bears to the stonk, and my stonk is better than yours. I could buy AMC, but the float's too large. Is it because we're doing other stuff too? I'm doing research on other tickers or market stuff. I'll tune back in when stuff gets fun in chat. Do you think Cohen's buy-in of BBY took the short hedge funds by surprise? Maybe. Thanks for all the freely shared education knowledge. You consider we're all about capitalism here. That's super dope of you. Thanks, kind of huge. I appreciate that, man. DMs. What is it? If I line the dates up correctly, take the day-to-day change and Gern's price applied to Jimmy. I get the following plot. Nice. That's interesting. I guess we'll see. History doesn't repeat itself, but yeah, I get which one is what color. What's the little, you just sent me a little white box. You sent me two little white boxes. These aren't even images. They're just little white boxes. Will you the most nearer at the money and just some that are further out of the money? I mean, the concentration is going to be towards the lower end of the mid range, right? So the concentration of my calls is at like 20 to 30% out of the money. That's the highest concentration of my calls. History doesn't repeat itself, but hedgies do. That's on Spirit. Spire is a satellite data company valuable for shipping, for example, real-time weather data, more fuel-efficient navigation via navigating intense weather, climate change. I don't really have any. It's a shitty penny stock. It's cheap. It's a cheap, shitty penny stock. Do they not have any competition? Because it looks like they do. How's this? If the ticker trades under $10, I don't want to know about it. Well, no, under $5. If it's under $5, I don't give a shit. Don't ask me about it. Don't bring it up. It can literally go up 100,000%. I don't care. As long as I didn't have to look at it in the first place. Are we anticipating any forces putting upward, downward pressure on the price in the next few weeks? Yeah. Next week. This week? No. Flat. Just flat, fucking boring, do nothing, chop along our low resistance. Is UVXY a good money? Would you go if you bought leaps to hedge selling CCs with intention to hold and exercise at expiry? It's up to you. I mean, if you're selling CCs, they just simply have to be above your leap. That's all. Sold BBY CSP for tomorrow, but my P&L shows that I'm negative. Do I only collect the credit after Friday close? You should collect the credit immediately. Oh, but maybe did you not have the cash on hand? That might be why you're showing negative. So until it's closed, then you're not going to get your cash security back. Take the chart on SSN. Grin's day-to-day applied to Jimmy's initial price and the blue. Ooh. It's very compelling. Although, what if you just move the January spike over to the Gern spike? Have you considered that? Rig was under $5, wasn't it? Yeah. This is the rule mostly for Stefan, but basically no, I don't want to talk about stocks that are cheap shit because they're easy to manipulate. They generally have large floats. OTC shit is always just scammy. You know, the stock runs, you get fucking rug pulled, and then the company releases shares on top of it. Please take a look at GFTX. It's looking really good to me for a breakout soon. You prick. The stock has never broken out of anything. I feel like it's been months since we've hung out over lunch. Pickle Man. Sub 100? Yeah, cheap. What's on the shill agenda? We mooning? Not yet. Women taking down Russian drones in Ukraine with jars of pickles. Bullish. That is bullish. What does it mean that we know they will not roll? Well, it means that the contracts that are open currently, any forward contracts or futures, will move into expiration. I miss the shills. Usually when GME boom, number of shills go boom too. Let's get more shills in here and make GME go up. Market manipulation for dummies. But no, usually when we go up, the shills disappear. It's the other way. It's when we're down that it gets shilly. When do those contracts expirate? What? When you sell your calls with the intention of rolling forward, do you sell at the mid or try going up a bit? I mean, I'll see if I can get a higher fill. If I can't, I'll lower it a bit. Anything happening next week? What should we be looking for? Earnings, XRT's rebalancing, GME quarterly options expiration. We have some FTDs piling up next week. A few, not a lot. No idea what that is. The contracts are mostly puts. If so, the unwinding of those should cause a buyback, right? I mean, they have to buy back in order to balance the ETF. Moving in, well, they have T+3 from the 18th to do so. So sideways trading next week, we might run a little bit into earnings. I don't know how much anticipation there'll be. There'll be some though. It's Q4 earnings and it's a retail stock. And it's GameStop, so there'll be a little bit. Can't tell if not a lot of car folks in here or if my joke was just bad. It could be both. Are shills same like puts? They come in at the same time. It could be good for them. I don't hate leaps on it. And it's under 5 right now, so it's a nice entry opportunity. I mostly just don't want Stefan asking me about weird satellite companies that are trading at $2 a share. I haven't taken a day off in almost a year. You should take one of these days off streaming where we're just flat and take some time for yourself. Don't forget to recharge yourself in all of this. Yeah. That's on EMF and 12% to 175 2 days ago. It's an all-time high of 282 November last year. Solar system. This doesn't actually look bad. It needs to find some support here. It sort of has. If it gets a breakout up into this like 178 range, it looks pretty good to keep moving up. I'm not sure how important like energy is not like a sector I focus on a lot, so I'm not sure how important they are in that sector, but from a technical standpoint, it looks like an okay test, but I'd be cautious and I'd keep my risk low. Because it could fail that test and drop pretty hard. You haven't taken the thoughts on Jan 2023 CSP BBBY. I mean, you're timing, you're tying up your capital for a really long period of time, but I mean, if you're selling it like in the money or at the money and you expect to get filled, it's not so bad, right? How would I time out Stefan? I have before. I'm losing my mind. Gurn's price performance percent wise almost exactly matches what we've seen in GME over the last year. What? Yeah, but I feel like you're arbitrarily lining the spikes up in a way that makes it seem more bullish when maybe you should be lining the spike up from last January. WTTR? Didn't we look at this like a couple weeks ago? I like the bounce, but again, this is just kind of in an indecisive area, and it looks like it's currently falling back through. Well, not back through. It's just kind of stabilized. It needs you need to see look for another bounce here. I don't know if you're entering it or you're like holding it long term. It looks like it can keep going up, but if it fails the resistance here, there's quite a bit of downside, and it looks a bit like a head and shoulders at least here on the 1 hour. So I could see this continuing to come down. If it bounces here and reverts back towards like $10, that would be pretty good for a continuation of this uptrend. But yeah, right now this doesn't look great. I think this could probably move even back down below 9 before turning around. I've traded S&P minis. Then you're saying the day-over-day price action performance on Jamie has matched Gern just coincidentally for the last year. I don't think it's exactly matches it. It's probably within the same range. But does it match from the year before also? Like just line up the spike with Gern and line up the spike or with GME, like January 2021, and then see what it looks like. If the correlation's not as strong, then, you know, sure, but what if it is? I would put UVXY calls or too volatile, risky. I use them as a hedge and I buy them in the money. I don't generally trade the VIX a lot. Just do a quick SPY TA update. Does the OI on the calls still show RC's holding? Possibly. I haven't looked at the change in OI over the week for BBBY. Let's take a look. SPY. A 4 hour. How do I not have TA on this right now? It's fucking annoying. SPY actually doesn't look terrible for a bounce on 420 right now. I can see it bouncing at 420 and moving back up to 431 before next Wednesday. But then I think it'll get rejected there, probably, with SLD deposits and drop. Oh, I'm not even sharing that, am I? Sorry. Oh, you piece of shit. Nope, it's just not gonna work. Okay, for some reason I can't bring up that window. That's annoying. Yeah, test at 419.14 looks like it's maybe in the cards for today. If it falls through that, it's gonna probably drop it into like the 414 range again. There's pretty good resistance on the horizontal there, and then if we see a bounce, it can bounce back up to 431. Although I don't see a reason for it to bounce right now. Droop. We watched Invincibles or The Boys. I saw the first season of The Boys. Sam. I don't like the volume very much. It looks fucking terrible. I would say that 350 is a very strong support though. It could slip further, but yeah, if you're going to play in the downside, I would say it's a bit chasey. You could see a little bit of a move there, but I don't love it. What the fuck happened here? I went down hard. I think it's likely that it'll bottom out in this range, though. How do you keep track of dates that affect the market? FOMC minutes, today's inflation report. I don't know. Just try to keep it in the back of my mind, I guess. What is SLD? I thought late March. You're making it sound like it's mid-month again. I think the deposits are at the same time. I think the settlement is now different. But I think is it Yig Style did a bunch of research on it over on the Billionaires Discord. Samuel Adams saw one of the Darths chug and decided to cut back production for the betterment of mankind. Interesting. I love $3 channel days. It's better than going up 5 and down 10. Do you think there's any hope for my 06 17 160s? Maybe. It's gonna really come down to what happens between, you know, the 17th and 18th in March and how that affects the following week, which is what, the 21st through 24th. Are you still bullish on Apple? I think I mean, I closed everything, so no. My 165s made a little bit of profit, and my 170s were at a little bit of a loss, so it's mostly nothing. I didn't want to carry them into the CPI numbers. Will there be a time when you're unsure of this investment? We're in the same place a year from now, 2 years from now? I mean, it depends. Is IV going to stay above 100% that entire time? Because if it does, then no. But yeah, I mean, if IV falls off and price action falls off, Ryan Cohen doesn't do anything for 2 years, then I would probably get out. I mean, that's a long fucking window for nothing to occur at all. Until then, I mean, even if we traded sideways, I could just sell cover calls and CSPs and harvest shitloads of IV and theta. Forecasted peak lines up with the entropy swap hedge levels y'all have seen. That's good. When you sell CCs, CSP to lower your shares cost base, some brokerages do, some don't. Talk about the chance of a BBBY sneeze already. Yeah. It's possible. Large buy-ins like that tend to have an effect on the underlying FTDs, but BBY FTDs are not as high as GameStop's were when Cohen bought in, right? If Cohen buys in again, that's a whole nother fucking story. Which maybe he's thinking about. Oh, it's called Page Master, the Mighty Potato. And that book's amazing. Or movie. If we failed this OPEC cycle, why do we think there'll be another one? It's not that we failed it, they failed to cover it. Jimmy goes on to trade flat for a while. Will CCs still become effective for income protection? For a while. Depending on how IV crushes. One sec. Hold on, guys. My grinder has arrived. I have to go get my grinder. I will be back. Aha. You gotta show it off? I will. I'll post pictures later once I get it set up. Unboxing video? I ended up getting Chado E5P. No, that's not the right. Hold on. That's not the right model number. E6P. I don't know if I'm going to like it. I might. We'll see. And I got a Profitec Pro 700. Insider buying. Insider buying's good, but that could just mean that the people who own the company like it. Chado. It's. Or is it CEADO? Maybe it's CEA. It's CEADO. Your grinder costs more than my espresso machine. I got a really good deal on it. It was only like 700, I think. It was cheaper than the grinder I bought before, which was 2,300 bucks. You have an OnlyFans? That's where I unbox my grinders. It's an espresso grinder, not a. Whatever. You spent $700 on a coffee grinder? Yeah. It was a cheap one too. I'll probably end up upgrading it, but I'll see how it works. The reviews are mixed. Jesus Christ, why so much? That's what espresso grinders cost. They're not cheap. They last forever. They don't really lose any value, and it saves me untold thousands on ordering coffee at local coffee shops. How often does your coffee guy roast his coffee? You look at the expiration date, count back 2 years, and that is the roast date. I mean, I think they roast them fresh. I usually get them like when they're still hot. And then you have to wait. You can't brew with them for like 14 days. I've had La Colombe. Colombe. Man drinks like 10 espressos a day. At this point, it's an investment. Yeah. Yeah, I wanna get a La Marzocco Linea too. But it's just too much. I don't need to spend $5,000 on a fucking espresso machine. What brand model of grinder did you get? Chado? E6 E6S? E6P? E6S. You saying you don't appreciate overpriced burnt hipster coffee from Blue Bottle? I can't believe they gave you a New York City resident card. I really fucking don't. It's like $10 for an espresso and it's just shit. Not spend $5,000 yet on it. It's espresso, not X. There's no X in the word. Would you be able to do anything without coffee? Probably not. I would just collapse. This double rejection is bad. I wish it wasn't so fucking flat. See, that's the problem is I cannot drink like drip or pour over. Like it's fucking disgusting to me. I understand that people like it. I just don't get it. Was it Carl Icahn that you compared RC moves to earlier in the week? Yes. Before he went and hired his lawyers. Yeah. Just more confirmation RC's watching the stream. When was the last time GME was this flat for this long? Before January? FTDs tomorrow should be higher than they were today, yeah. Moderately. I think more on Monday than tomorrow, but tomorrow a little bit. Tomorrow's what's compelling about tomorrow, I think, is that it's the February 3rd FTDs and then January 25th ETF FTDs, which are so the FTDs tomorrow should be good, but the ETF FTDs not so much. Yesterday, ETF and FTDs were both from pretty good dates. It was Feb 1st and Jan 21st, which, you know, so it was a little higher yesterday for both. And we saw a little price improvement yesterday, but mostly just in line with the market. Nothing significant. If the ETF is out of shares, shouldn't price have gone up to reflect clear demand on constrained supply? No, they released more shares while maintaining NAV. It doesn't track, it tracks futures that are halted. So it doesn't, it's not tracking like an equity. Like, so we can't actually release shares without approval from the SEC. It's not like an equity or an index ETF where it can just make as many shares as it wants. Yeah, there's still an entropy swap in place. Wouldn't it benefit whoever is there to fund GME wild after earnings? Yeah. What do you think RC's planning with GameStop relative to BBBY? I think BBBY is another project for him. There could be some connection between the two. GameStop, you know, doesn't have a lot of assets. Bed Bath & Beyond does. And I'm thinking his buy-in to Bed Bath & Beyond is more reflective of his first buy-in to GameStop than his second. So I could see RC buying an ownership interest in BBBY relatively soon. Later, trash. What are your hedges gonna give up? Let you down, run around and hurt you? 224. I said 125, not 225. ETF FTDs are from January. So buying a high quality grinder is like buying leaps. Doesn't lose value. Buying insurance is like hedging with a put. And going to a shop is like going long return swaps by paying a fee for use. Is the entropy swap in place? They have in place costing them money? Yeah, I mean, it has theta, right? So it decays. Can you please explain on RC's first versus second buy-in for GME and how it relates to BBBY? Well, the first buy-in triggers a wave of FTDs. The second buy-in triggers even more. It compounds the problem from the initial buy-in. Also, you know, he's clearly. I'll go into it more this weekend, but it appears that he's making a case against the board to move into the company in a more permanent way, beyond just a large shareholder. He's going to put GameStops inside BBBY stores, lower lease costs. Maybe. What's your position in BBBY? I have 5,200 shares and 20 January leaps at $20 strike. I intend to increase my position as well. Probably double what it is now, but I'd like to lower my cost basis. So I'm working on that for now. Just got filled on CSP for BBY at a $20 strike. If I get assigned, I have a cost basis of $12.35. Am I doing this right? Thanks to the education. Yeah. Disney is a buy at this point. Analyst price target at 200. We're sitting at strong support levels. Sure. Or war. And no one goes on summer vacation. How can BBY have 60% reported short interest and GameStop has 19? Because 60% was reported sold short versus 19%. That doesn't even seem like a real question. The answer is you wrote the answer. Is it a question or are you just making a statement? Still rolling those 510s? What 510s? Those are long gone. Would you like some June GME calls or more BBBY leaps? Both? Full share buyback, man. Crazy high SI, 100% institutional ownership. There shouldn't be a lot of shares in BBBY. I think that's the thesis a la GME. It's similar. He also bought on dates which would have all had elevated FTDs, provided BBBY is on the same cycle as GME, which it is, which was also very compelling. You have Bloomberg Terminal? I have access to one. What's the actual BBBY SI and institutional ownership? I don't know right now. I'd have to go uptown and look. I don't really want to. I could probably find out. Are we trusting Bloomberg terminals now? Is that the name of the game? Because if you trust Bloomberg terminals, retail needs to buy about 92% more GameStop. Sorry, 84% more GameStop to own the float. Values are definitely different. User error calculation was referencing wrong cells. Okay. So ignore the whole gherkin thing. Got a favorite Thai food dish? Pad see ew. I know. I mean, I'm fine streaming. I just do what I do all day anyway, but on camera. I guess I'm just surprised that BBY has 60% reported short interest. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume GameStop short interest is much higher than BBBY's. Okay. But you can't prove that. That's the problem with it. Can you give me confirmation bias on my Riven 1 TTEs? Sure. It looks like it's just tracking the market, and no, it doesn't look good. I hope it bounces for you here and climbs back up to $41. Still looks good. Can't argue. It doesn't look like it's stopping. When he says uptown, he means like 4 blocks in New York distance. No, I mean, way the fuck uptown. I'd have to get on the subway. 18 to 20% is a reported number. If you accept that at face value, it's still 10 times higher than companies like Tesla. Smaller float. So it's relative to the size of SI percent is relative to the size of the float in question. Like DDS has 50% reported SI, but that's only like 2 million shares, right? Because there's no float. It's technically it's 7 million shares, but it doesn't matter. Oh, there's some nice evidence that DRS does nothing. If anyone wants to hear that, this is always a fun fight to start towards the end of the day. So DRS reported float of 12.28 million here. It's actually not. It's higher. But 70% of these shares are employee owned or stagnant. Right. And also reported 50% short interest. So that means that, 6 million shares are reported sold short, while only, like 4 million shares are actually traded. No one cares. Look at that. There, I just announced it. It's been announced to the world. I'll tweet about it later. Now that I own 100 shares of it. RNT has like 90% of shares locked up by insiders who can't sell and it doesn't matter. Yeah, but they can release shares. That's the problem with IRNT. Is that they have a lot more shares that they can release to keep funding the company. Shill. What's your take on GMESI? Do you personally think it could be accurate or do you think it could be higher? I think if there is more uh, if there is a greater amount of shares sold short on GameStop, then they're packed up into long-term derivatives and thus not reported. So you're telling me that I can't just DRS all my shares, and then when I take them out, they're worth millions? No. Shill's pickle grinders? Citadel's not publicly traded. Otherwise, I'd have the perfect hedge for GameStop. I was hoping for it to drop under 100. We'll see if it does. It's only got a few more days before I expect it to experience some turbulence. That's not a short squeeze though, Stefan. That's a gamma squeeze. They could stop writing options for GameStop too. %20 is the max legal SI, right? So anything at 20% is probably higher than that. They can't really get any higher. I don't think no, that's not true at all. 140% is I think the max legal SI. How much could GME go up based on the 20% short interest that's reported? Non-stop buying of 14 million shares would probably drive our price up fairly significantly. What's market conditions are hardest for you to deal with mentally? Put it out there like you're just a profit-making, rock-solid machine. But it might help the chat if you talk about the mental toll. What mental toll? It's it's hard. It's supposed to be. Did you clip that? I wasn't paying attention. Just rewind the fucking stream. You expect Jimmy to drop sub $93 before earnings? No, and somebody just sold a shitload of puts at 100. So I'd be surprised if we close below 100 this week. Are there any other brokers other than Computer Sheriff issuing something other than a cash dividend? I think that's why a lot of people hold there. Sure, if they set up a system to issue like a crypto dividend, they could potentially. There isn't one, nor will there be one. That's random, just speculation based off of fucking DDs and something that Overstock did and deeply regrets. Because not only did they not get rid of the shorts, but they put their company through fucking 10 plus and ongoing years of legal battles. So that was great for them. I'm sure RC is going to take a page out of their book and do the same stupid fucking thing. Why doesn't GameStop do a share buyback with all the cash that they have? Because they just did a share offering 6 months ago to get the cash. Do you explain a poor man's covered call? Yeah, you sell a long dated, or you buy a long dated call, usually in the money, and then you use that long dated call to hedge naked calls that you sell out of the money. Long call in the money, short call out of the money. Didn't Overstock squeeze though? Like a little bit. Overstock attempted to do and has never actually successfully done to the extent they initially proposed. The moment the SEC tried to establish rules on the dividend, the CEO resigned. In your opinion, which would be best for a trader, a 10K cash account or a 25K margin account? Best 25K margin. And no pattern day trader, no GFE. It is best. Ideally more than 25K. So if you suffer a loss, you don't slip back below. Thanks for entertaining my ravings while I beefed Excel. No problem. People who want a crypto dividend are selfish and impatient. Hot take. I mean, it's just hopium. It's just another layer of horseshit hopium. Do you know if fulfillment centers were operational for Q4? I don't believe so. I think I'm not sure the exact schedule that they opened, but I know one or two of them are this April. They go like they're opening this April. They're operational as of this April. Because the leases didn't even begin until this year. I think if you thought about starting a fund, I'm comfortable updating my direct deposit fully to your checking account. I have. I don't really want to. It sounds like a lot of work. Fidelity, Vanguard, M1, Public, Robinhood, Chase all told me no. They could only issue cash dividend. I hold GME in all of these still. I mean, who cares? First of all, if they announce a crypto dividend, you have like 15 days or whatever to transfer your fucking shares over anyway. Rowing machine today? I did it this morning when I woke up. I'll probably do it again after the stream. I think I'm gonna get 2 in. That way I don't have to do them in the middle of the stream. Why should RC's BBY buy-in have an impact on GME? Same ETF baskets, so same ETF FTDs. Puts pressure on the whole basket. It's significant. It's important. And it was a good buy-in. GameStop specifically made mention in one of their quarterlies last year of non-standard dividends. That's just a disclaimer. People like reading into like what if legal disclaimers, acting like they're like the truth. It's ridiculous. They mentioned short squeezes too. I haven't seen one of those happen yet. Why does anything matter? It doesn't. Just make money, be happy, and die. If GME takes their shares off the NYSE and onto their own exchange, would that cancel the shorts? Yeah. Well, the shorts would be allowed to clear out through the OTC market, which would cost them pennies on the dollar. The obligations would be gone forever. Hot take, NFT divvy could never happen because 69th and 420th minted dividends would trade for more value on the blockchain, thus nullifying the requirement that dividends be of equal value. Not only that, JFresh, NFTs aren't fungible, dividends are. So hear me out. You sell your own cold brew under the name of Gherk's Juice or Brine Time. Haven't we looked at dark pool volume today? Yeah, it was about 51%. What if legal disclaimers that have been dozens of other 8Ks for decades? I bet I could fund those NFTs. What explains missing ETF volume? They haven't covered it yet. Is there already a theory? I mean, it's possible that they failed to cover it and are now dealing with, margin call deferrals through the SEC fucking 15C3 or FINRA 4210 D10G6, whatever the fuck it is. FINRA 4210, SEC 15C, 15C. I can't remember. Please humor me when I link some incredible Spur stats in Discord. I'm still collecting data. It'll probably be done later tonight. Oh, fucking Christ, man. Why? What advantage do they have over people that already just have satellites? What makes them special? How are they better than their competitors? If you can't answer that question, then I don't really care about the rest of it. Remember when Jimmy stated in 10K back in March 2021 that to the extent aggregate short exposure exceeds the number of shares of our Class A common stock available for purchase on the open market? Okay. I mean, it did in January. You should buy yourself a nice watch. You look like a Lang and Son kind of guy. Philippe, whatever. Something. I like watches. I don't wear them, but I like them. What's the difference when they fail to roll or not? If they don't roll them, then they move into the expiration. The contracts aren't carried forward. FINRA 4210, same like Nokia 4210. Yeah, it's an indestructible brick. What extended use case do NFTs truly have? Hiding taxes for rich people. Did you ever confirm the theory saying about OPEC Day being moved to March instead of Feb? It's possible that it was slightly later due to the holiday deferment, but not much. I mean, it's just a question of which specific day it was the obligations were due on, and I still think it's the 24th because that's the day they changed the rules specifically dealing with the obligations we were looking at. Death Cross on SPY next week. We've already Death Cross on QQQ. So Tesla dead. Yeah. I mean, if a market sell off begins, Tesla's gonna take a fat fucking hit. Cost bases are just too high there. I think those obligations from Feb 24th go where? They're still contained in the ETFs that they were created in. Someone I follow, this is a big run in workhorse is going to happen. Thoughts? It's mostly been shit all year. I don't know why it would run now. It could. It's not terribly positioned for one. It's just not great. I don't really know what the valuation of this company would be. Didn't they lose all their contracts? Like, why is it gonna run? That's my question. Just cuz? Cat is really annoyingly staying green on the day. No. Tell me what to do. How the fuck is everything red and the VIX flat? Flat, shitty, slightly down day. Insiders bought over 6 million shares of Spurs since the beginning of 2022. The float of over 140 million. This is significant. Is it? How's that significant? That's a very small amount of insider buying given their size of their float. What about GameStop saying the exact same thing in 10Q September 2021? It's just a disclaimer. That's a 90 CSP for AMD. Long-term goal, sell CCs like you do for Tesla. Not a bad entry price. If the market tanks, you could get it cheaper. Oh, it's just for 2022? I guess that's significant. How much was their buying in 2021? I think workers could maybe break down a long-term downtrend on the daily and weekly. Sure. And it looks like it could break the downtrend, but I don't see a reason for it to. Like, things aren't just going to move because technical analysis says so, right? Like, you also need something to back that up. It's not sufficient. You compare yesterday's OI and today's volume on an option to determine the maximum OI could go down for tomorrow. No. You could look at the number of options expiring tomorrow that are currently open and determine how much the OI on the chain is going to go down tomorrow. How many more months do you think it would take for retail to average down to the sub 100 range? A while. Most of them are tapped out. Otherwise, we'd be seeing a lot more buying in this price range. Retail just doesn't have that much capital. I mean, that's kind of the problem with this. Like, oh, you know, Vanguard sold 1 million shares. It's all good. Retail will buy them up. It takes us forever to buy up that many fucking shares. Have you ever seen the documentary Quant's Alchemist of Wall Street? Some big mathematician talking about quant-led market crash because of linearity models. Interesting. Got a link? DM me it. I'll watch it later. I can't even stay above 100. I mean, that's because there's a bit of a struggle for that price point. You think about 42, 46 test on GME to test the 200 MA. Unlikely. It could happen, but it's unlikely. And if there's a market crash, we could see those prices. Frankfurt Theta is so nice. I need to do it more often. It's actually the best. You're wrong. Retail has more capital than everyone combined. False. Retail has less capital than the 1%. All of it. All of retail has less capital than the 1%. They can have more leverage, but that's because of exponents. No problem, Brendan Ellis, Fun Adventures. Pfizer filed with the SEC to delist from NYSE. Interesting. Huh. When was that? Where, wait, are they just listing somewhere else? Or like moving to NASDAQ, or are they going private? Because those are different things. But retail lacks in capital. They more than make up for it with conspiracy theories and courage. Are the quants smart, or are they like me? They're smarter than you. Come on, 10250 GME. Let's fucking go. Probably. Give it to like the end of the day though. Okay, fair. I'm saying that retail isn't tapped out. It's just that retail isn't only buying GME. Yeah, that's true. Found one of your family photos. This is from so long ago. Do I have to DRS my shares? Because I don't want to. No. As a matter of fact, no one can make you do anything that you don't want to do. GME retail investors want revenge for the buy button being turned off. That's why I keep buying anyway. I guess. What's on the proxy group RC Ventures hired? He's pushing for a thing. He's pushing for it fast, too. It's smart. You think now's a good time to buy BBBY leaps or wait a while? It's not terrible. I mean, Ivy's not where I'd like it to be, but it's decent. Yo, Girk, one-time deal only. Give me 100,000 and I stop sending you DMs. 100,000 SHIB? SS is so dumb. It's an echo chamber of DRS. What happened to that sub? They found an easy answer to all their problems and then gave up on learning more. Becoming an echo chamber that's a little like zealotous about DRS, unfortunately. I have to beef them. Way safer than safe. MTG and Pokemon are tangible things that have to have other marketplaces. What incentive does a dev have to list digital items outside their own marketplace? 100,000 anything. Interesting. How do you think earnings will go next week? I'm interested in the potential. It's a very nicely set up slam dunk. So, you know, it's like if you were at a basketball court and there was a ladder, not even a ladder, somebody had built a set of stairs with a handrail. And you know, all you had to do was get the ball in the hole. Yeah. Is this some sort of cool person lingo? It's a squeeze on the secondary Greeks. Just look up Volga and Vana. The issue I have with your DDS DRS comparison, the DDS doesn't have a robust options chain. It's irrelevant. It used to. It did all year until it ran up to $400 and everyone sold all their options. What happens when a company that does have a robust options chain gets significantly DRS'd? The market maker stops writing options for it. Podcat at 114 this morning for June 2020 expiry. Thought I found a bottom. Turns out I'm still learning. Cat's still looking good for a bounce. Yeah, I mean, it's staying green on the day. I told you guys, Cat can take time to make moves. So this is an instance of that. And this is why you don't buy fucking weeklies on Cat. Are there any CCs for Jimmy that look appealing right now? I sold one at 113. I probably should have sold 200 more, but I didn't. Oh well. The more you say Stefan's name, the more I hate Dr. Seuss books. Do you expect FTD to hit BBBY? Win? We'll see. After futures expiration, I'd imagine. Similar to GameStop last year, if it's gonna happen. Made paid $10 on my flight to watch you. I must enjoy your content or something. That seems crazy. Why? I want to do a deep dive on the VIX. Do you have any resources you can recommend? What do you mean a deep dive on it? Are you just trying to understand what it is? Just trying to understand how IV works. GME of IV is going to be like 500% on contracts next week. How high would the stock have to go just to break even? Why would GME IV be like 500% next week? That's not even that high right now. Fucking April's are at like 109. I think the IV30 was at like 115 this morning. It's probably lower now. Hold any cat shares? No, just options. I'm so much better at it than you, man. It's ridiculous. Remember that time that you sold CCs and then I just kept buying leaps until you got assigned? Don't ever fuck with me again. I will destroy you. You already stole my chair. I'm subscribed to you for extensive sports knowledge and great parenting tips. Thanks, Phil the Shill. Is it plausible they could roll in the after hours to avoid option swim, then tank it tomorrow? Or is this not really an option for them? They could try. It doesn't mean it's gonna tank though, right? It could just cause increased performance the following day. Now grinder, win new chair soon. What's next? New chair and standing desk. Maybe for my birthday. I'll get them. If I remember. Just so you guys know, I'm gonna be spamming the Discord tonight with pictures of my espresso machine and grinder and short videos of me making coffee. Great parenting tips. Hasn't even been to a single one of my birthdays. It's because you're a disappointment. 100C, 1 DTE. If you think it will expire in the money tomorrow, does that in the money action tomorrow counter the overnight theta decay versus selling during power hour today? Maybe. It depends on how much we go up into power hour today. I don't think we're gonna break through VWAP until the fucking CNS closes. So 310 at the earliest. Then we might just fail and drive down. When mixed nuts tutorial? I'm not sharing the fucking recipe. What do you think I'm gonna do after I lose all my money in the stock market? Mixed nuts for my retirement plan. Uh, please take care of yourself. I want nothing for you but a long life and happiness. Ah, those are two of the things that I don't really know if I want. But thank you, your best friend and biggest fan. Like, how long are we talking? Are we talking like living until my brain gives out? Because I definitely want to be shot at that point, like a lame horse. You don't want happiness? That's depressing. Okay. I don't like complacency, and happiness is a big part of that. You gonna get a squishy mat? Yeah. And some squishy shoes. Or get both. Be like walking on balloons. To quote Mark Baum, I'm happy when I'm unhappy. Can I teach you how to be happy? The formula is very simple. Does it involve goats? Popcorn trader? What's your realistic prediction for earnings? I don't know. They're earnings. They could be good. I wouldn't say I'm a nihilist. It's a bit excessive. Give me one sec, guys. No, I didn't go row. Pre-earnings run up? Maybe. IV might spike. They're going to avoid it like the plague this week, though. I'm not Persian. There's nothing wrong with being Persian. I'm just simply not. Is there anyone of the Discord I can find the RC BBBY buy-in dates? Should be in the SEC filing. As your best friend and biggest fan, I hear you. I wish you a healthy and interesting life that is lived and lost on your terms. Thank you. I like that. It is a meat stick. If you're not Persian, then what are you? I'm Italian and Irish. I'm white. White as fuck. German, Italian, Irish, French, British. Those things. I got some potato chips and a meat stick and nuts. All hail the mullet whisperer, the Persian god. That's on SST, trading way above delta neutral. I mean, that's usually not a good thing. I mean, there's really not a lot of options at play here for it to be affecting the price. Maybe they sold out already. It's an interesting run. What are they acquiring? I mean, their whole profile summary here sounds like complete horseshit. Mm. I don't love it. They could keep running. I don't know why it's going up. Their thing doesn't really say what they do. They're just acquiring things that deal with privacy. Which T plus 3 plus 9 was a nothing burger? Some of them were a something burger. Some of them weren't. X broke 325. Ooh. Is that an all-time high? Yeah, I'd say 34. That's a bump and run and a reversal. That's significant. It could still fail this test. 350 or 3250, I would say, would be the next target, right? That's where the options chain is. No, 33. Why would the markets be closed on St. Patty's Day? Have I bought leaps on what yet? Jimmy? No. Spy rallying? Awesome. Jan 2023 200 under 1.8 now. That's pretty good. I mean, BBBY is definitely a better play than AMC. Can I have your NFT? No, he's giving that to his children, Pigeon Teeth from MOASS. What a boring fucking day to trade stocks. Are you buying BBBY for long term or just a possible squeeze play? Well, That'll depend on what RC does with the company in the coming weeks. .310's the 69th day of the year. I did a DD on it. It's significant in the fact that they haven't rolled forward futures, which makes the 17th very compelling, or the 18th very compelling. I bought puts on the VIX. You bought puts on the VIX before CPI came out? I like it, but ballsy. How do you even make it to your computer in the morning and turn on Windows and open your trading app, dragging those fucking massive balls around? If I were a billionaire, I would have hedge funds fight in gladiatorial combat for my money. He has a ball guy for that. Makes sense. Well, it can only be hedge fund managers. And if you give out enough cocaine, trust me, they'll fight each other. If Jimmy was a pretty girl and RC was her daddy, would you ask him for her hand in marriage? Or try the old smash and grab? I would just implant a position. And then shotgun wedding, right? Then I'd hire Carl Icahns' lawyer to go over the prenup. I have a meeting at a bank in an hour. I'm going to tell them all about MOASS and the Book of MOASS. I'm going to ask for a loan to buy a house, but actually buy GME. Will it work? No. Stop lying. You clearly have some ethnic blood. You don't get tanned in New York. I'm Italian. Why you cough every time stop talking? I don't. When did I cough? What, Gaff? You don't want to talk to 300 denieds at once? What would you consider high Vega for a call? How high is it? Am I dying? Probably. But at no greater a rate than anyone else. What do you think of Kramer's most recent tweet? The pressure from defaulting funds and hedge funds that have huge withdrawals are causing immense problems. Bullish. Maybe they stopped paying him. You can't be Italian. Your hands are too still when you argue. You just can't see me moving them. Would you sell your GME shares if earnings announcement is bad? No, because I expect it to be. I don't make fun of your able-bodiedness, Gaff. Just a bunch of these under the table every time he addresses Moonwind. If you were a food, would you consider yourself more of a kebab kubada or gorma sabzi? The kebab. Wait, is the gorma sabzi, is that the rice with the raisins in it? That shit's amazing. No, wait, that's not that. Do you have thumbs that curl back? I do. My thumbs do curl back. Hey, look. GameStop worth slightly more. Just in. This just in. Retail FOMOing into GameStop. I don't know if they curl. They don't like curl back a lot, but they curl back a little bit.
You've got little fingers. I don't. It's just the camera angle. My thumbs are fairly normal sized. It's the curling back. It makes it shorter. Is anything else on your body curl back? Nope. Straight as an arrow, chicken tender daddy. Please tell me my June 680s are gonna print. Your June 680s are gonna print. My two outside toes bend sideways. I'm not sure what genetic advantage it gives me. Maybe you're really good at pivoting while barefoot. Jan on Vega is 0.385, Delta 0.42. Is that high Vega? Yeah, it's pretty high. That has to do with, like, that's GameStop, right? That's really high. Entropy on your hand is bullish. Do you just get everything because you're wrinkled up? Sure. Is there any hopium to think 103 is in the cards today? I think 101's in the cards, maybe. We could hit 103. It's a little less likely, but it's possible. XRT doing things. What things is it doing? No, it's not. You lied to me. Shame. What am I doing this weekend? Dialing in my espresso machine. Reset swaps. Yeah, those are like swaptions. Unlikely. Even if they did, I mean, the deliverables on the futures would still be due. That's going to take all weekend, at least. I have to grind 24 pounds of espresso to break in my burrs. Burr. I'm about to YOLO into nickel. Wish me luck. You missed the boat. You only went with the dial-up espresso machine. Sounds like a poor thing. At least get a fiber one. Sell those grounds or it'll just go stale unless you have 24 pounds of airtight containers. I'm just going to throw them in the trash or sprinkle them in Central Park. I haven't decided. On the Hedgie's annihilation scale, how brilliant is RC's setup next week? I think it'll depend on if BBBY gets reg showed on Tuesday the following week. Am I filming the unboxing? Am I going to upload an unboxing vid? No. That's disgusting. Why would I do that? Is BBBY in a lot of ETFs with GME? Yes. You think January was a result of institutional underestimation of retail's power, and they've gotten it fully under control since then? More under control. Partially. It was a series of events stacking on top of each other that led to the events last January. It wasn't just an underestimation of retail's buying power. It was many other things as well. Compounding FTDs, high risk on variant swaps, RC buying up, all the liquidity at once. I heard you DRS'd all your GME shares. Is that true? No, completely false. I've DRS'd 0 shares. Promise me you'll focus on sleep next week. The most important thing in a Volgavana squeeze is open communication with your partner and verbal instructions if it doesn't feel right. Yes. I haven't heard your take on why with BBBY, other than with them being shorted too. Why would RC buy in that much? For squeezy boom booms. Also undervalued with lots of assets. What's the setup for next week regarding BBBY and GME? I'm busy moving into a new house. Thanks. Well, he's placed GME earnings the day before futures have to be futures expiration. XRT is dividend and rebalancing. Actually, XRT is dividend and the S&P index rebalancing. GME quarterlies and just some FTDs as well. So it's with all of the OPEX obligations yet to be settled on likely the day that the entropy swap expires. So it's exciting. I'm all about it. No one knows what the fuck I'm saying or just said, and that's in those sentences, but it's bullish. Fucking nipples are hard like rocks right now. If he does nothing with it, I will be disappointed, to say the least. You had me at Burr. They have to get it down to 80 to prevent 26 consecutive 15-minute halts all trading day to keep it under 960. That's a little overly bullish. If he does nothing, as in no major announcements or guidance, yeah. Or, you know, I would also be okay with him just buying another 5% of BBBY. That works too. So you're saying RC NFC divvy combined with RRP greater than DRS will make utilization 100% become the catalyst for a seller boxing squeeze. Are buy puts cost same like shares? Sell puts. Sell puts cheaper than share. There's 12.5 cents of nickel in a nickel coin. Verified. That's a hell of a gain. That's just the inflation priced into the currency. 100k shares available to borrow combined with, on IBKR and Fidelity. Once they both hit 0, we fly. We'll see. The fact that it's still at 100k from this morning makes me think that maybe it's not hitting 0. You getting out Jimmy cover calls before market close Thursday for earnings? Probably. I don't have any cover calls sold for that time right now. The back got really angry when I used seller boxing as an example of DD that was completely useless for GameStop. I mean, it is. It's fun to talk about seller boxing, but it was never done on GameStop, nor was it possible. Unfortunately, I had to turn in my pickle card while I budget for a reallocation to the homeland. That's fine, man. I'm sorry. I really am grateful for members only streams, all the efforts you put there. That's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Take care of you. I appreciate the membership that you could do. It was very nice. When did you say XRT rebalance and divvy? next week. Not just XRT, all of the S&P 4 and 6 and 500 indices doing big ETF rebalance. And quad witching. Hype. Quad witching's always hype. Even when nothing happens. Do you think it'd be smart to convert all my US dollars to rubles? That sounds like a terrible idea. Although you could tell people you're a millionaire. So. Is selling GME puts a good way to sell IV before earnings and then buy back after earnings IV crush? Yeah, as long as you don't get assigned. When does this stop hurting? Good question. Drupal for the win. It's just dry, dead, nothing day. Super boring. Couldn't the rebalance be bad? Not if we get moved back into the S&P 600. What are we missing now that we had in the August run-up? Covering by the funds short GameStop. What percent out of the money do you sell weekly Tesla covered calls? Why would I tell you? What's my motivation for telling you that? It's not fixed, I'll tell you that much. I don't need you front running me on the spread. Is every question going to be expectations on earnings day? Nothing. It's a surprise. Considering that today is a slow day, will you tell us a story? No. Predict earnings. Do it. Hold on. Let me go get a job in a GameStop C-suite. Then break my NDA. They said 1 in 3 quad wishing days have heightened volatility price action. Yeah. Why are people asking what GME will do on earnings? If we go into earnings at this price, we can only go up or sideways. I mean, we could go down $13 more. I don't play Wordle. HYMC dead. Probably. If Gherk doesn't predict earnings, I will lose all confidence and sell my shares and go all in on AMC because Adam Aaron is a silverback. Yeah, I saw you the first time, Victor. I don't know. I don't want to look. I don't care. I hope so. Do you think a massive drop going into earnings next week would be a sign of something to come? Drop of at least $20. No. Not necessarily. Just trade. Why not just trade flat? How's AMD looking for tomorrow? Probably fairly shitty. It's coming back up, but so's the SPY. And if the SPY rallies, then AMD will as well. Everything will go up. That's how it works. If everything goes up, then everything will go up. I'm surprised that the market reacted so favorably to a 0.8 increase in inflation. But I guess with, you know, oil skyrocketing, no one gives a shit anymore. Wordle, but stock market acronyms. How does that work? Jimmy, $100 is down 56% from the last 225 open market stock sale. I really am liking this price. When we had that fun top out on 224, I was down 65%. Ouch. Shouldn't Bye Bye Baby be Peloton's brand? Nice. Yeah, it's American movie classics, which is not the same. Dicks what JPal will say on Wednesday. I just want him to print the $1 trillion coin and then, or mint it. And then I want him to wear it around his neck to all congressional hearings for the rest of his term. Did BBBY just spike to $30 and then come back down to 20? I don't know. Did it? You tell me. No. No, it didn't. Do you need 100 shares to sell puts? No, you need cash. I'm not on the daily. Oh, he meant like, is that what happened when RC bought in? I'm confused. What the fuck just happened to it? Like this? Is this what you're talking about? This is very bullish. Top ticker, same like bottom ticker, slightly different, but mostly the same. GameStop actually outperforming BBBY today. Did you think? Yeah, I thought that the reaction would be a little more. Like if it came coming at 0.6, I would have expected kind of nothing. But I guess yeah, a lot is priced in. And that was really the question going into this morning, was it is it priced in or not? Rate increases won't do anything for inflation. What if they just hit us with full austerity measures and like 15% rate increase? I'm down. End of the world. Nah. Be a rough year, but you think you'll get out of some of your VIX positions next week? Probably if it spikes again. Riots in the streets. Yeah, but you know, only until they run out of energy. Is SLD end of the month or May 4th? It is. I believe the deposits still start this Wednesday. I think they have to be returned by May 4th. Or they're settled by May 4th. AAPL all the way if we get 15% interest rates. I think he's going to buy more, Gaff. 5% more within the next couple weeks. I produce my own oil. What's that referencing? RC's buy-in. Is there a significance to him staying under 10% ownership in BBBY? Yes. How long would RC buying? After buying, would RC announce? If I were him on the 18th, before market open, I would buy 3.75% more of the company and then announce it the following day. Since the board is unresponsive. Oh my. Yes, huge Steve. Oh my. Getting ready to pull a Porsche. Fuel price increases won't affect me as I only ever put 20 euros in the tank. Okay. Did RC tweet that the board responded? I thought they responded like, we don't care what you think. The board responded, no, you. But 311 $20 BBBY CCs aren't safe. They're in the money. What do you think would be more beneficial to MOASS? RC buying more BBBY or DFE posting on Wall Street bets he has calls on BBBY? The latter. Well, we'll see who wins Phoenix Fire because I have BBBY cash secured put at 20. What do you think would create more FOMO? Congratulations, Jay Fresh. I'd be like dropping a chicken into a piranha pool. Yeah, except since DFV made all of Wall Street bets rich, basically all they've done is lose money for the rest of the year. Spy HNS. Yeah. We'll fall down to 423 before close. Why are you having me say congratulations to you? X is doing a thing. What sort of thing is it doing? The fuck did it go? Ooh, it is doing a thing. That's interesting. Do I jump back in this? Right? It's 2G. Bed Brockton and beyond. Why no power hour? Because no power hour. That's why. I'm not playing chicken on a raft, Darth Dan. Just listen to it by yourself. This is one of the most boring days I've ever experienced in the market. Cat is incredible. Play chicken on a raft for the power hour song. Back, did you row yet? I rowed before the stream, trash. I woke up early today. 4 a.m. I'm having an alright day. Thanks, Sun Devil Rogue. You too. Speak for yourself. I made 22 bucks today. Congratulations. Great. So futures have no fucking locate obligations either. Oh, beautiful turd. Beautiful. So I'm asking, are there any trading anecdotes that stand out in your mind? Don't chase. That's the most important one. Get ready for Jimmy to rip in the last 15 minutes. That'd be super cool. As long as it just rips only up to 108. Ever lose $250,000 of account value in under 30 minutes? Yeah. Like in unrealized gains? Yeah. It's rough. Are you okay? Who cares? Oil's just up. Of course, people selling oil are also up. Sold 200,000 cover calls at 108. Congratulations. Oh, wait, I did? Are you saying I sold 200,000 cover calls at 108? That's an awful lot. I find it hilarious that the only green you've got is from CCs. How dare you make money with a held position? That's not true. My BBBY CSP is break even, so. Hmm. Proxy war for BBBY would be a win-win, resulting in a shareholder vote that would expose counterfeit shares in BBBY. Oh, goodness. Say it ain't so. Yeah, I didn't sell 200,000 CCs. I sold one. Look at my strangle outperforming the market. Jesus fucking Christ. Are we going to hear about how synthetics are counterfeit for BBBY now? Yeah. It's going to start all over again with all new people who never bought GameStop. Are you ready, Dave? If you had 200 CCs, you know enough GameStop to be chairman. I wish. I mean, I wish I could sell 200,000 covered calls. KHC? Wow, this is cheap right now. Yeah, this could be a bottom. I mean, it could potentially go down to 36, but holy fuck is it cheap given the current economic climate. I might pick some of this up. Especially if it went down to fucking 36. Huh. Interesting. I think it'll probably bounce. Yeah. It's probably gonna bounce. No, you usually can't. Usually, if you're an insider, you usually can't sell covered calls. What am I missing? No, that's it. That's the whole, you figured it out, Herva. That's called wheeling. It's capital intensive and time consuming. Is this the exuberance zone? Shouldn't be. I'm just gonna wheel IRNT until I have $1 billion. Okay. It's literally foolproof. Can AMD hit $30 but June 17th? I don't think so. I pay you good money to play chicken on a raft. Not good enough. I'm not a jukebox. Why not value invest instead of trading? I don't have enough money. I wouldn't want to, I really wouldn't want to do that until I had a lot of capital. Like more than 10 million, and then I would consider it. I do to some extent. I invest in some things. I'm heavily invested in GameStop. I'm having an emotional fit. Only 1.2k viewers and 1k likes. There's 1k likes. Do you think there was any benefit for the hedge funds from us holding our GME shares for over a year and not cashing out on the few big runs? Yeah, we're poorer. Can you explain the cat play for the poors who didn't get the memo yet? Cat does ups. That's the majority of it. Viewership down almost 50 to 60% from the last couple of weeks. But same active members online for SS. Do you simply think people are just letting it take its course, not being so obsessive over it? Maybe. Or they're just selling. No, I don't know. It's down because I got banned and because I'm not, all the hate watchers have left. My ad revenue though, still at $60 a day. So killing it. I heard some of the, I think some of them heard you say the factors for MOASS and they were shocked and upset. That's fair. I guess they would have preferred that I lie. See, that's really what people want, is they want someone to lie to them. Damn, dude, be careful with the money printer there. I want someone to put the blame on if it doesn't work out. That's fair. We've been making money on the options channel. Can you say you're proud of us? Yeah, everyone's been doing great this week. People have been spamming me with gain porn and stories of turning $600 into 24,000. It's been awesome. This is what the stream should have been about all along. Making fucking money. I like it. I think we may be down viewers, but we're in a better place, a healthier place. And it's worth it. Also, chat doesn't move so fast now, which is super nice. Just on cat, I think. My rig leaps are up bigly. Nice. Being lied to isn't all that bad. For a while there, mom told me you were on a business trip, and then later that you were dead. It wasn't until I saw our thumbs that I realized you were still alive. It's like every time KHC has a dividend, they go down for a day or two and then back up. Interesting. When's the next good entry for cat? This doesn't seem very bad. It's consolidating, but it's positive on the day. You're forcing me to give you money and quit making sense of your facts and logic. Watching all the ads so Gert can buy more Jimmy. Have around $600. Tell me the play to turn that into 24K. Or are you shilling calls for theta again? How does one shill a call for theta? You do know that if I sell covered calls, the market maker is going to buy them, right? I don't actually need you guys here for that. Once you hit one option player, willing to put up a lot of misses. Also, annual 7% gain over 25-year span. Sounds like excruciating boredom. I think they bought cat at the bottom and then just rolled it out each time, like out and up. Cat moved up what, like $30 this week? And I told everybody about it like days in advance. A lot of people made a lot of money on it. It was good stuff. Bullshit. They told me you needed us for your covered calls. No. Would admin issuing a dividend affect any of the other retail stocks? It could, yeah. I can't believe there's people stupid enough to think that I need people to buy covered calls from me. Like, how fucking dumb do you have to be to not understand that market makers provide liquidity? Rip time? No. Closing at 100 time. Kirk slowly removes VWAP hat, replaces with cat hat. but then I'd be the cat in the hat. Is everyone still holding 318s? I don't know. If they didn't roll them, then yeah. They're gonna get fucked if they didn't. Closing at max pain tomorrow. That'd be a bump. It's possible. We have more FTDs tomorrow, but I don't know if we'll close at max pain. That's quite a move. Well, then, see, you'd have to know what a market maker is and does, and you'd have to know what liquidity is. You want me to learn 2 things? That's at least 3. You'd be cat in the cat hat. Interesting. All idiots, we just agree to buy each other's CCs. Infinite money glitch. When you sell CCs, do you move in and out of positions, or do you sell them and let them ride? Unless you're in danger of being assigned and then buy them back. Pretty much, yeah, just sell them and let them ride. How long was it from Cohen's first buy-in until the January squeeze? It was reg shared from his first buy-in. That was in August. So from his first buy-in to GameStop to the January squeeze was several months. Are you selling CCs next week? Probably not. Ooh. There's actually some decent volume. Thoughts on selling 16 250 CCs versus fewer closer to the money? Why fewer closer to the money? Or not just the same number, not so ridiculously far out of the money. Like, how much are those even worth? That doesn't seem worthwhile. Moss. Let's see. Having a nice run into close. Thing. Oh, it's a significant. Ooh, GameStop's doing a whole thing. Did the market turn around? Oh, okay. Do you still look at Superstock even just for lulz? There was a now that's what I call tinfoil volume 741 video posted. Did you see? No, I don't go there at all. There's nothing there. I liked it better when I like Jimmy better when it was in the Russell 2000. I think we all did. It's sweet, sweet liquidity. Entropy hedge in full swing into close. That's not how that works. Infinita. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate the membership, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin.
I'm repositioned for June, but still hold some 318. Will IV allow me a better exit next week? I have 120s, 130s. Possibly. But you're going to be burning theta maybe or close to the same rate.
That Joe motherfucker trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
When we break 510, can you freestyle this song live? Maybe. Also, great name. Is there a friends and family discount for becoming a pigeon whale? Mom said I can buy something for $75 for my birthday. No, get fucked. Ugh. That's just not even good. Yeah, absolutely, man. Appreciate it. Since it's just us now, can you stream MOASS? Sure. No. Just me and you, JC. Like, nobody else can join in, but I'll stream it just for you. Please, I only have 6 shares and I need to sell no one to sell them from computer share to become a billionaire. I want to learn how to trade weather futures so that when it rains I can smile and say I told you so while making money. Vegas? Yeah, you have a good point, Jay Fresh. You think I'll just make him, you know what? I'll just make him come here and trade live with me so that he can't, there's no potential for a restream. I bumped into a guy driving a new Porsche GT3. He was a bigwig at UBS and said they initially lost lots of money on Jimmy, but shorts covered. My Fidelity advisor said shorts covered too. Believable? Believe what you want. The data's only as reliable as your trust in the source. My shares are for the infinity pool. Hey, look, puts at 100, price at 100. Who'd have thunk it? I thought covered wasn't closed. Who told you that? It wasn't me. Thanks, Garrison. My mom used to claim her shorts covered when she washed the car out front on hot days, but they did not. Okay, that's a lot to unpack. If covered, so then why not FTD is not returned? What do you mean? GameStop FTDs over the last year literally went like this. Yep. There were some spikes. There. And one here. Nice trying, Shill. McBorscht. So then what? They're just stuffed into ETFs? Pretty much. Never come up with a hypothesis on Jan 6 yet. Maybe. What? We're trading at 100. It closed at 100. It's not wrong. Fuck you. You know what? Invites off the table. Go fuck yourself. You can trade my ass alone. GG, guys. All right. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning for the exciting conclusion of this week's mostly fucking flat, slightly down price action. Absolutely not, Fluffy. Thank you guys. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good one.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.